She was like, David, this song is too violent. You talking about people in your music? No, not my son. I was like, wait, I might be onto something. Everything we played in the house, music-wise, was just Bach, Beethoven, Mozart, gospel music, like classical stuff, instrumentals only. Like, we didn't listen to any other music. There was no like Lady Gaga and all the popular artists everybody was listening to. We never could listen to that because my parents just wouldn't let us. It was just like straight classical stuff.
One of the most talked about crime cases in recent years centers around David Anthony Burke, the artist who went by the stage name David. At the time, he seemed unstoppable. He had just released a high-charting debut album, built a massive social media following, and was already sitting on serious wealth at only 20 years old. Then in September 2025, everything changed.
It was literally nothing. It was all gospel and like classical, Mozart, Bach, like all that type of stuff. Because my parents wanted me to be really smart. They never like talked about college or anything like that, but they always wanted me to be very intellectual, very put together, have an idea of what I'm doing, but they never like listened to music like that at all.
Let's start from the beginning. So you're a New Yorker.
New Yorker, Queens, New York.
What are your parents like? Are they musicians?
Not at all. My dad is a litigator for a law firm. My mother was a teacher. She doesn't do it anymore, but she does notary now.
Did your parents put sort of a cap on what you couldn't listen to in the house?
I was sneaking
around. It wasn't like that.
I had this little iPod. I used to sneak. I got it with me right now too. I still got these. I used to sneak around with the iPod Touch. I used to sneak around with the iPod Touch and download things off iTunes and stuff like that. I hated New York at that point. Like,
why did you?
I didn't like my school. I was at a private school,
it.
and they treated me so horribly, dude.
Why?
It was insane. I don't know. All the teachers had it out for me. My little brother could testify to that too. Dude, they just had it out for me all the time.
Detectives reportedly discovered the remains of Celeste Rivers Hernandez, who had been missing for months, inside the trunk of his Tesla. Authorities described the condition of the remains as severely decomposed and dismembered. The discovery sent shockwaves online and beyond. People could not reconcile the image of a soft-spoken, clean-cut young artist with the gravity of what he was being accused of. For months, debate flooded social media.
I don't know what it was. I would just do nothing to nobody, and the teachers would just pick on me and bully me for no reason, bro. I wanted to leave that place so bad. She put me into piano lessons when I was 7, and then I quit that after a week. She was like, okay, I'm not gonna pay for it if you don't like it. Quit that. She put me in a church choir when I was 8. Quit that. And then I was in middle school band. When I was in 7th grade, I played the flute, and I quit that. At school, before I was homeschooled, like middle school, elementary, I would look at these kids, like at cafeteria, at lunch was like my playground, like my brain's playground. Like there's so many different kids, and they're all doing something different. I would just sit there, and I'm a people watcher. I would just inspect them and like write about them and stuff like that. And I kind of brought these characters to life that were inspired by my classmates. So every time I would write like a short story, I'd have these different classmates in these stories, and they would never know. It's like different names and everything, but they were inspired by my classmates.
Some believed he was being framed. Others argued the signs had been there all along. Now that David has been arrested and prosecutors have laid out their documented evidence, the idea that this was some elaborate setup has weakened in the eyes of many observers. Prosecutors allege he had an illegal and inappropriate relationship with Celeste while she was underage, and they claim that after the relationship ended and she allegedly threatened to expose it, he acted to protect his career. These are allegations, and he is presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. What adds another layer is his music. Listeners have pointed out that his lyrics frequently explored themes of blood, violence, and romance ending in tragedy.
Transitioning from public school to homeschool is tragic.
The first 2 years was tragic.
Tragic?
I was asking to go back to school almost every day. My brother too.
Was the decision to move from public schooling to homeschooling a difficult one?
It was, and it wasn't mine, it was my parents. So there's 2 different types of homeschooling in America. There's like group homeschooling, where it's parents that don't want their kids to be in public school environments, but they still want them to be in social groups. So you have homeschool kids that meet once a week at a specific place, and they play like extracurricular activities like basketball and stuff like that, so they can socialize, and they do the work on paper. And then there's a second homeschooling where it's just strictly on computer. That's what I did.
I thought I had a lot of friends in middle school, and then after being homeschooled, nobody's hitting me up, nobody's asking me like, where am I at? Why am I not coming to school today? It made me question like, what is a real friend? And do I have any of those as well?
Especially when I was transitioning from public school to homeschooling, and nobody like hit me up on Snapchat when I was like streaking everybody. My Snap score was like 250,000, bro.
That overlap between art and accusation has fueled speculation online. with some questioning whether the darkness in his music reflected something deeper. Still, speculation is not proof. This is not about conspiracy theories. It is about understanding two major psychological questions. First, what factors in David's upbringing and development could shape someone into a person capable of extreme violence against a child if the allegations are true? Second, if he did commit this crime, what mental processes would allow someone to continue living publicly while allegedly hiding something so disturbing? It is easy to label someone as evil and move on.
And nobody hits you back?
Nobody, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like, nobody, like, who, you not at school? Where'd you go, Dave? Like, nobody. Like, dude, did I really have friends? And you start to question things.
Oh,
like,
totally.
About your everyday life. It's like, who's really there for you at the end? I mean, dude, homeschooling really takes a toll on a kid. Like,
isolation.
Yeah, and there's outlets like, I know I made a couple friends now that were homeschooled, but they had like these groups that they would go to like bi-weekly and just to socialize. But I didn't have that, like, especially being homeschooled and not having a social life, right? So I'm on the game, I'm talking to all these random people and they're talking to me about their life problems, you know, using video games to escape the real world as much as I am, and then living my life vicariously through them and like writing songs about their lives.
Yeah.
I would go on Discord and I would go on Fortnite and I would go on like squad fills and I just let people talk to me and just tell me about their lives. Cause like most of these people that play video games the same way I do, they're going to it as an escape. So,
but if we want real answers, we have to examine childhood influences, behavioral warning signs, attachment patterns, and personality traits that may have been overlooked. By the end of this video, the goal is to move beyond surface reactions and provide a clearer psychological perspective on David Anthony Burke and the questions surrounding this case. David Anthony Burke was born in Queens, New York, to Colleen and DeWood Burke, described as strict Christian parents who ran a tight household. He later said, "There was no like Lady Gaga, like all the popular artists everybody was listening to. We never could listen to that because my parents just wouldn't let us." That kind of structure shaped his early world in a serious way. Now, limiting what your kids listen to is not automatically harmful. A lot of parents set boundaries.
I was just being an open door and an open outlet for like my peers and my friends to kind of just like vent to me about different things in their like personal lives and stuff like that. And I'm like 15, 14 at this time, so I don't know how to like be a therapist, right? But it's like I'm taking this information and all these different people talking to me about different like problems and situations. I'm like, wow, this is really what humans are like. Like, these are humans. I have this alter ego named Atami, which means pain in Japanese, and I'm heavily inspired by like anime and stuff like that. But that character that's in the music videos I make now was actually an idea that I had years before music even started, when I was writing my first comic book. And it was this detective that would solve his own crime. So he was the good guy by day, and then at night he'd kind of transform into this.
But when a child goes to school and cannot relate to what everyone else is talking about, that gap can hit hard. Music is social currency. It is how kids bond, joke, and build identity. If David could not join those conversations, it may have created quiet resentment. When everyone else shares playlists and cultural moments and you are locked out, that can build envy fast. Instead of openly pushing back, he reportedly found ways around the rules. That lines up with reactance theory, introduced by psychologist Jack Brame in 1966. The idea is simple. When people feel their freedom is restricted, they push to reclaim it. The more something is forbidden, the more attractive it becomes.
Alter ego and then commit crimes he'd solve the morning of. Big part of that manga was an evil version of me, an agent of chaos, and kind of my alter ego. And there was an evil version of myself that would kind of come out at random moments, kind of like Fight Club with Tyler Durden. And he would commit the crimes that I would have to solve as the detective. So like when I was as the detective, I'd be like solving murders that I'm committing myself.
He later described Atami as
the one that is weaving his way into my relationships and ruining them and inducing trauma and things like that.
I started making music in like December 2021. I used to be a Fortnite YouTuber, bro. Like, it's so crazy. The only reason I started making music is because my videos got copyrighted, because I was using like Scissors music, Justin Bieber music, all that. And my mom was like, yo, if you're getting copyright strike, you're not making no money, make your own song. So I was like, bro, I could probably do that.
In David's case, music may have shifted from casual interest to something charged and secretive. It was no longer just sound, it was a rebellion. The key is not that he snuck around. A lot of teenagers test limits. The deeper issue is the pattern that can form. If a young person learns that authority is not to be discussed or challenged openly, but instead maneuvered around quietly, that mindset can stick. You stop confronting power directly and start managing it through secrecy. That theme, according to some observers, seemed to follow him into adulthood. At the same time, his private school experience in New York reportedly included bullying and feeling targeted by teachers. So home felt controlled and school felt hostile. That is a rough mix for any kid trying to figure himself out.
Because of his ability, I know he's able to play and do, so I said, just make your own music. And that was that.
So I kept doing it. And then it kind of just became this thing where the music was getting more popular than the Fortnite videos. My SoundCloud numbers surpassed my Fortnite videos numbers. And it was out of here, bro.
When I write music about heartbreak and the sad type of things, I write it not from experience, because I was a really homebody. I was homeschooled. Like, I didn't have much of a social outlet like that. I write it in like preparation. I feel like when you commit to love, you commit to devastation as well.
I think it's a mixture of like trying to figure it out myself and then looking at other people's experiences. I mean, I've never experienced like true heartbreak either. So I write all these songs in preparation for it, so I'm not devastated, you know? So I know what to expect.
I love over-dramatized themes of romance because it would never be like this in real life. So it allows you to like have more room to play around.
Eventually, the family moved to Houston, Texas, and he reportedly found some relief in a new environment. Still, he did not suddenly become outgoing. His parents tried steering him toward music early on, but at that stage, it did not fully grab him. He drifted. By his own description, he was not the center of the group type. He called himself more of a people watcher. While others sat in tight circles at lunch, he would sit apart, observing, building silent storylines in his head about classmates who had no idea they were characters in his imagination. That habit says something important. Watching people is not strange by itself, but consistently positioning yourself as the observer instead of a participant can shape how you view others. Over time, people can start to feel less like equal partners and more like subjects in your personal narrative.
Which was in the back of my mind, but then you think that I'm gonna say you died. I say I killed you. So it's not like the thought of her is gone by itself was something that she did, it was something that I decided to do. And I killed her in the back of my mind.
Showed it to my mother, and she was like, that song's too violent and too sad. You're not releasing it. My son is not gonna be talking about killing people in music. And I was like, I'm gonna take that as a challenge, low-key.
That subtle shift in perspective can matter later in life. When you combine the bullying he reportedly experienced in New York with his personality style, it paints a picture of someone who lived on the edge of social circles instead of inside them. He was present, but not fully integrated, watching, but not really connecting. That outsider position can slowly shape how a young person sees the world. He said he started writing poetry in the 5th grade. He leaned into anime, gaming, and creative fiction early on. Those outlets gave him control. In stories, you decide the characters, the outcomes, the endings. For someone who feels sidelined in real life, that creative space can feel powerful.
I played it for her in the car, and she was like, David, this song is too violent. You're talking about people in your music? No, not my son. And I was like, wait, I might be onto something. I get the first email from the labels. I showed them, I'm like, all right, my mom has to hear about this now. I was like, there's no way I can like sweep this under the rug. I'm getting really famous right now. And then I meet with Interscope, who I eventually signed with, and I meet on my team Mogul Vision for management that I signed on management. And then at that point, it was just time to push the button.
Then came a major shift. His parents pulled him out of public school, which, despite the bullying, was still the only consistent place he had peer interaction. It was where his imagination had space to grow around other kids. Instead of enrolling him in a homeschool program that included group meetups and social circles, they reportedly placed him in a fully computer-based curriculum with no structured peer contact. From a developmental psychology perspective, that decision stands out. According to Eric Erickson's stages of development, adolescence is defined by the conflict between identity and role confusion. They experiment socially, they test boundaries, they get feedback from friends. That friction is how identity forms. And when you remove a teenager from that environment during its peak window, development does not just pause, it shifts direction. The social muscles do not get exercised the same way.
I got me as the artist, David, D4vd, Itami, which is the antagonist. He wears a blindfold. My gaming character is coming soon. He is like
the one that's super tech savvy and stuff like that, and then my social media persona, which is also being built out as we speak, and that's the 4.
In David's case, none of his former peers reportedly kept in contact after the transition. He was largely alone. That isolation appeared to leave a mark. In one reflection, he said, "Today it made me question, like, what is a real friend, and do I have any of those as well?" That question carries weight. It suggests confusion not just about others, but about belonging itself. As time went on, there seemed to be a growing disconnect between him and people his own age. He became increasingly aware of milestones he was missing. He posted content reacting emotionally to things like elaborate prom proposals. In another post titled "What It Felt Like to Be a Homeschool Teen," the lyrics playing in the background said, "Everybody's falling in love and I'm falling behind," while he visibly expressed frustration. That sense of being left out of normal teenage rites of passage may have deepened an internal narrative that he was different, separated, and trailing behind socially. Over time, that belief can harden into something more serious. He missed out on typical high school relationships while watching everyone else experience them through Snapchat. Former classmates posted cute captions, dance photos, inside jokes with their partners, and he was stuck at home scrolling. As one of his captions read, "Homeschool and being on social media 24/7 was not a good mix." That line alone says a lot. In another post, he described his superpower as never being able to express my feelings properly because I was homeschooled and had no social life for 5 years. In a separate clip, he added, "I was homeschooled all my life. I never got to experience any school dances." Those statements reflect more than teenage frustration. They point to a prolonged sense of exclusion. When adolescents are cut off from normal peer interaction, the need for connection does not disappear. It reroutes. In David's case, that outlet appears to have been the internet.
That's controversial.
It's controversial of kids.
Really good.
Okay,
It's been a good one. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Oh my. Delete everything. Delete everything. Everything goes.
Fortnite, YouTube, Discord, TikTok, and eventually music became his ecosystem. During his homeschool years, he described Fortnite as his main social space. He joined squad fills where strangers team up with open microphones, and he would let other players vent about their lives. He said, "I would go on Discord and I would go on Fortnite and I would go on like squad fills, and I just let people talk to me and just tell me these are humans." That framing matters. It suggests that at that stage, this was how he studied people. Clinically, that is an unusual developmental path. Most teenagers learn social behavior through embodied reciprocal experience. They argue with friends, they deal with rejection, they navigate first crushes, they feel embarrassment in real time. That messy feedback loop builds emotional calibration. David, however, appears to have built much of his understanding of people through a semi-anonymous digital listening role. He absorbed confessions and problems through a headset, often without physical presence or accountability. That can create a very specific type of social awareness. It can sharpen observation skills and even cognitive empathy, the ability to intellectually grasp what someone feels.
Yeah, ever since I was young, I really just liked anime, gaming, and poetry. That's it. I remember reading my first manga when I was in 5th grade. Dragon Ball, Tokyo Ghoul, and see these fantasy characters with powers and all that. That weren't superheroes, and that inspired me to start writing and write my own stories about them.
But it can also remain disembodied. You understand people the way a researcher understands subjects, not the way a peer understands another peer. There is analysis, but not always mutual vulnerability. That distinction becomes important when evaluating later relationship dynamics. He was chronically online, reportedly spending long hours gaming and consuming content. Being home alone that frequently without structured in-person supervision or peer grounding may also have exposed him to corners of the internet that were far more damaging. When isolation, unlimited access, and unresolved emotional gaps mix together, the psychological impact can deepen in ways that are not always visible at first glance. Later, inside his own Discord server, David reportedly opened up about developing a pattern of consuming graphic gore content. He said it began after accidentally seeing a cartel execution video online. Gore in this context refers to real-world, uncensored depictions of violence, serious injury, and end. Instead of turning away, he described continuing to watch similar content repeatedly at a very young age. He explained that what started as shock slowly shifted. It got to the point where I don't even cringe when I see it anymore, he wrote. He then described what sounded like a dissociative reaction, saying he began laughing at one point. Most concerning was his statement, "I watch Gore to disconnect the part of my brain that feels empathy to the wrong things." That wording suggests awareness and intention. From a neuroscience standpoint, the amygdala plays a central role in processing fear and disgust, especially in response to violence. With repeated exposure to graphic material, the brain can undergo habituation. In simple terms, the emotional reaction weakens over time because the stimulus becomes familiar. The internal alarm system does not fire as strongly after repeated activation. In adolescence, this effect can be more pronounced. The prefrontal cortex, which helps regulate impulse control and contextual judgment, is still developing during the teenage years. That means young people are less equipped to fully process and integrate disturbing material in a healthy way. Desensitization can happen faster and with fewer psychological safeguards. However, what separates David's account from typical teenage curiosity is the intent he described. He did not frame it as shock-seeking or edgy experimentation. He described it as a tool, an emotional adjustment strategy. Intentionally trying to dull empathy minor is not developmentally typical. Clinically, that kind of self-directed emotional numbing would be considered a significant warning sign. Reduced emotional response to suffering can alter how someone perceives harm. If empathy is consciously treated as something to switch off, that shift can ripple into behavior and moral reasoning later on. During that same period of isolation, David reportedly created an alter ego named Itami, which translates from Japanese as pain. He did not present Itami as a casual creative nickname. In interviews, he described it as a character for a potential manga series, a detective who committed homicide and then investigated them himself. That concept is psychologically layered. The character is both perpetrator and investigator, both chaos and control. It mirrors someone who creates the problem and then positions himself as the one dissecting it. When you pair that narrative with intentional emotional desensitization, it forms a pattern that becomes difficult to ignore when evaluating his later trajectory. There is an important difference between normal fantasy and what David appeared to be building. Most people daydream. Maybe it is about success, money, relationships, or a lifestyle upgrade. That kind of escapist fantasy is common. It helps relieve stress and gives the mind a break from reality. But psychological fantasy elaboration goes further. It involves constructing detailed internal worlds that become immersive and self-referential. The person is not just imagining a character in a story, they are placing themselves inside it. Over time, that imagined world can start shaping identity, relationships, and even moral perspective. David did not describe Itami as just a fictional character he controlled from a distance. He framed it differently. He was not simply the writer. He positioned himself as directly connected to Itami. They coexisted. That kind of language suggests the alter ego functioned as a container for impulses or traits he did not want to publicly own, but also did not eliminate. Around late 2021, his path shifted. After copyright strikes affected his gaming content, his mother reportedly suggested he try making original music. He had not previously expressed strong musical ambition. What he did have was a backlog of internal material, years of poetry, the Itami narrative, hours of observing human behavior through online spaces, emotional themes like isolation, romantic destruction, and duality that had not yet found a structured outlet. Music gave that inner world form. It also gave it legitimacy. When dark ideas are packaged inside melody and production, they are often interpreted as creative expressions rather than warning signals. The same content written privately in a notebook might raise concern. Set to a compelling instrumental, it becomes art. David himself acknowledged that much of his early music was not based on lived experience. He said, "I write it in like preparation. I feel like when you commit to love, you commit to devastation as well." He openly admitted he was writing about heartbreak before ever going through it. In another statement, he said, "I love over-dramatized themes of romance because it would never be like this in real life." That detail stands out. He was not documenting real events. He He was rehearsing emotional extremes in advance. Looking at his 2022 releases, including Bleed Out in March, Dirty Secrets in May, and Romantic Homicide in July, the themes consistently revolve around romantic collapse, concealed wrongdoing, unaliving a partner, and emotional detachment afterward. In a Genius interview, he explained that the central lyric of Romantic Homicide was intentionally written in the active first-person perspective. When someone repeatedly centers themselves in narratives of violence and emotional numbness, especially after describing efforts to blunt empathy, it becomes part of a larger psychological pattern worth examining closely. That distinction matters. He emphasized first-person agency. He was not describing violence happening around him. He was placing himself at the center of it. He also referenced the back of my mind as the setting where this act lived. That is significant because he had already explained that his inner fantasy world operated in that same mental space. The overlap between imagination and lyrical perspective becomes harder to ignore when he describes both using the same internal location. His mother's reaction to Romantic Homicide is also telling. She reportedly expressed concern about the content. She recognized that something in it felt real, or at least intense. He chose to release it anyway. That track became his commercial breakthrough. Psychologically, that moment is pivotal. Instead of social correction for repeatedly externalizing violent romantic fantasy, he received overwhelming validation. Streams exploded. He signed a deal with Interscope. His career accelerated fast. The message from the environment was clear: this works. From a behavioral reinforcement perspective, this is powerful conditioning. A behavior channeling dark internal material into music produced rewards that aligned perfectly with his unmet needs. He gained belonging, recognition, status. He was known publicly, but still protected internally. People felt connected to him without accessing the full person underneath. At the same time, his music rose synced with social media growth, especially on TikTok. Engagement soared. Fans connected with what they believed was him. But in hindsight, the persona they followed may not have represented a stable, authentic core. He structured himself around multiple identities. David the artist. Itami is the darker counterpart, a gaming personality, a social media version crafted for relatability. Each role served a purpose, yet none of them clearly reflected David Anthony Burke as a grounded, integrated individual. In psychology, there is a concept called identity diffusion. It describes a state where the boundary between constructed personas and the authentic self becomes blurred. Instead of masks resting on top of a solid identity, the masks themselves begin to define experience. The person does not switch roles from a stable center. The roles become the center. From early on, David appeared skilled at shifting between characters. Privately, he could be isolated and immersed in darker internal narratives. In interviews, he presented as thoughtful and articulate. On TikTok, he leaned into humor and relatability. That fluid switching may have strengthened over time. When someone becomes practiced at compartmentalization, separating parts of themselves into distinct lanes, it can serve as a coping mechanism, but it can also make it easier to distance from consequences. If the self is fragmented enough, actions can be mentally assigned to a role rather than integrated into a single accountable identity. That psychological flexibility in certain contexts can become deeply concerning when evaluating later behavior. Prosecution documents state that in February 2024, after Celeste's parents took her phone away, David drove to Lake Elsinore, where she lived, and allegedly paid one of her classmates $1,000 to deliver a new phone he had purchased so they could continue communicating. Court filings indicate this occurred after law enforcement had informed him that she was a runaway. Despite her parents and authorities attempting to block contact, prosecutors argue that he worked around those barriers. When an adult bypasses parental and legal boundaries to maintain access to a minor, that raises serious concerns. It suggests persistence that overrides clear warnings. There has been public discussion about whether Celeste's home environment was stable, but prosecutors contend that regardless of those circumstances, David exploited her vulnerability. When a young person feels misunderstood or unsupported at home, outside attention can feel amplified. According to filings, that emotional gap may have strengthened her attachment to him. Throughout 2024, court documents state that Celeste spent extended time at David's Hollywood Hills residence and traveled with him to Las Vegas, London, and Texas. During that same period, she was reportedly listed as missing multiple times by her family. Prosecutors argue that repeated runaways can indicate a shift in primary attachment, where the minor begins to view the older individual as their emotional anchor. From that perspective, David may have become her perceived safe space. Looking back, that possibility is difficult to process. When a minor starts seeing someone outside the family as their main source of security, especially under secrecy, the imbalance deepens. Another theme that appears in the timeline is control. In January 2024, after the alleged physical relationship had begun, David posted a TikTok that referenced a partner joking about swallowing an AirTag so he could track her location at all times. On the surface, it may have been framed as humor, but when placed alongside the broader allegations, it reads differently. Constant location tracking, even as a joke, points toward themes of surveillance and possession. On January 11, 2024, David streamed on Twitch with Celeste visibly present. She wore a hoodie and glasses, possibly to make her appearance less obvious. The stream appeared to involve cooking. However, viewers in the chat began reacting in real time. Comments included, "Pray for his career, chat. You're done for, bro. No, you're going on the Epstein list. There's no escaping this, bro. Caught you in 4K. Those reactions show that even members of his audience sensed something was off. While all of these details remain allegations to be tested in court, prosecutors appear to be building a narrative centered on boundary violations, secrecy, emotional dependency, and escalating control. The chat began filling with messages implying that viewers believed David was behaving inappropriately with a minor. Some users openly accused him using serious labels. David read the comments out loud and then turned to Celeste, asking, "Are we done?" She responded, "We need to delete this." At that moment, there appeared to be visible tension. Up until then, the relationship had largely been kept out of clear public view. The stream seemed to be the closest it had come to direct scrutiny. As the chat continued, viewers referenced things like an island trip and made comparisons to notorious scandals. The tone shifted from playful to accusatory. At one point, David responded, "That's controversial." Celeste then said something that appeared to edge toward revealing more than intended. Almost immediately, she seemed to pull back. The stream ended shortly after. It is important to note that live stream clips are often taken out of context. Without the full footage, there is no way to confirm what was said before or after those moments. The chat could have been reacting to something unrelated. Context matters. However, what prosecutors emphasize is that David allegedly attempted to media train Celeste by his own admission in other conversations. If accurate, that suggests he was aware the relationship would not be viewed positively if fully exposed. Coaching someone on how to speak publicly can be framed as protection, but it can also function as control. When one person instructs another on what to say and what not to say, especially in a secretive situation, it creates an imbalance. Observers have pointed out that this Twitch stream mirrors later allegations. In the moment he sensed potential exposure, he reportedly told moderators to delete content. Removing material that could raise questions can be seen as an attempt to manage perception. When the public image is central to someone's identity, protecting it becomes urgent. According to prosecution documents, David and Celeste ended their relationship in November 2024. However, text messages cited in filings indicate continued intimate contact through at least March 2025. The messages allegedly show Celeste becoming increasingly distressed about the dynamic. That statement, if accurately presented, reflects emotional dissatisfaction. It suggests she may have begun questioning the depth and purpose of the relationship. As always, these claims come from court documents and remain subject to legal scrutiny, but the pattern prosecutors describe centers on secrecy, image control, and growing emotional strain within the relationship. "I want more than that for myself." That line, pulled from the messages cited in court filings, becomes central to how prosecutors frame the dynamic. They argue that this statement reflects Celeste realizing the relationship was not what she believed it to be. According to their theory, David allegedly led her to believe they had a shared future, that she was not just someone temporary but a girlfriend, a partner, someone he was building towards something with. Prosecutors claim that this promise of a future functioned as leverage. The argument is that emotional commitment was encouraged in order to maintain access and ensure silence. In their view, she was investing emotionally in something long-term, while he may not have intended to follow through. Before going further, it is critical to restate that David has pleaded not guilty to the charge of unaliving Celeste Rivas Hernandez. These claims come from prosecution documents and remain allegations to be tested in court. If he is not guilty, then much of what happened in 2025 could be interpreted as ordinary relationship conflict. If he is guilty, however, then the ability to continue operating publicly while concealing something severe would suggest a profound level of compartmentalization. According to court records, on the night of April 22, 2025, the two engaged in a prolonged argument over text messages. Celeste had reportedly become aware of David communicating with other women. Even though the relationship was described as having ended, the discovery appeared to trigger strong emotions. Prosecutors state that she threatened to publicly expose their past involvement and damage his career. The timing matters. His debut studio album, Withered, was scheduled for release on April 25, 2025, just 3 days later. At that point, he reportedly had a multi-million-dollar trajectory, active endorsements, and a world tour lined up. From the prosecution's perspective, the stakes were extremely high. Court filings allege that at approximately 8:40 p.m. on April 23, 2025, David ordered an Uber to bring Celeste from Lake Elsinore to his Hollywood Hills residence. Records indicate she arrived shortly after 10 p.m. Prosecutors further alleged that soon after her arrival, he attacked her and did not seek emergency assistance. According to their timeline, around 11:30 p.m., he drove north on the 101 freeway towards Santa Barbara County. While driving, he allegedly sent texts and made phone calls to Celeste's phone. Prosecutors characterized this as an attempt to create the appearance that she was still alive and responsive. All of these details are part of the prosecution's narrative and will ultimately be weighed against the defense's case in court. The broader psychological question remains: if the allegations are true, what allows someone to switch from emotional conflict to calculated damage control within hours? And if they are not true, how did a turbulent relationship escalate into a case of this magnitude? According to prosecution documents, David returned home early on April 24th, attended a radio interview to promote his album, and later appeared at his release party that same evening. Publicly, everything moved forward as scheduled. Behind the scenes, prosecutors allege he attempted to conceal the crime, dismembered Celeste's body, and placed her remains in the front trunk of his Tesla. Surveillance footage cited in court records reportedly shows that David drove the Tesla for the final time on July 29, 2025. After that, the vehicle was parked on Bluebird Avenue in the Hollywood Hills before he departed for his concert tour. That is the sequence of events outlined by prosecutors regarding how he allegedly carried out the unaliving and then continued living publicly as though nothing had occurred. What follows is psychological analysis based on the assumption that the prosecution's evidence is accurate and ultimately proven. It is not a diagnosis, but an interpretation of behavioral patterns described in court filings. One framework that appears relevant is the dark triad personality construct. In psychological literature, the dark triad refers to the co-occurrence of narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. These traits are associated with manipulative, self-centered, and emotionally detached interpersonal behavior. Starting with narcissistic traits, narcissistic personality disorder is defined by grandiosity, entitlement, a strong need for admiration, and reduced empathy. Even without meeting full diagnostic criteria, subclinical narcissistic traits can still significantly shape behavior. In David's case, observers point to the construction of multiple curated personas, the merging of real individuals into his artistic narratives, and what prosecutors describe as disregard for legal boundaries. Court filings allege he continued pursuing contact with Celeste even after law enforcement informed him she was a runaway. If accurate, that suggests a belief that external rules did not meaningfully apply to him. Narcissistic traits often include the assumption that one's goals justify bending or bypassing restrictions. There are also allegations that he used financial resources to influence people around him, including paying a classmate to deliver a phone. When money is used to override barriers instead of respecting them, it reflects a transactional approach to relationships. Machiavellianism, the second component of the dark triad, involves strategic manipulation and calculated social maneuvering. It is about long-term planning, managing appearances, and using others instrumentally, maintaining multiple personas, coaching someone on how to speak publicly, and attempting to shape narratives could fit within that pattern if proven true. The final component, psychopathy, involves emotional detachment, shallow affect, and limited remorse. Prosecutors argued that returning to media appearances and album promotions immediately after the alleged events demonstrates extreme compartmentalization. If their account is accurate, the ability to separate public performance from private actions would require significant emotional disconnection. Again, these are interpretations contingent on the prosecution's version of events being proven. But when viewed through this framework, the alleged behaviors from 2022 to 2025 align with traits associated with manipulation, entitlement, and strategic image control. Prosecutors point to several behaviors they believe reflect calculated image management. They cite what they describe as a staged disclosure of the relationship, enough to give his music emotional credibility, but not enough to fully expose who she was. They reference alleged financial payments to individuals who could have complicated his narrative. They also mention claims that he media trained a minor to protect his public image, as well as the use of an alternate name for certain Amazon purchases that investigators argue were connected to concealment efforts. Within a psychological framework, these details are used to support discussion of psychopathic traits. Psychopathy is typically associated with reduced fear response, diminished empathy, shallow emotional depth, and the capacity to engage in severe wrongdoing without the intense guilt or anxiety that restrains most people. Neurologically, research often points to reduced amygdala reactivity. The amygdala helps generate emotional alarm signals in response to distressing stimuli. When that response is blunted, the emotional barrier to harmful action can be lower. David's own statements about intentionally desensitizing himself are frequently referenced in this context. He said, "I watch gore to desensitize the part of my brain that feels empathy to the wrong things." If taken at face value, that suggests conscious attempts to dull emotional response. Combined with prosecutors' claim that he attended a radio interview and album release event within hours of the alleged unaliving, observers argue this reflects extreme compartmentalization. According to the prosecution's timeline, he allegedly moved through the aftermath in a structured, goal-directed way without visible disruption to public performance. In that interpretation, the event and its concealment were treated as tasks to manage rather than emotionally destabilizing crises. It is crucial to clarify that psychopathy exists on a spectrum. Elevated psychopathic traits alone do not automatically predict criminal behavior. Many individuals with such traits function in society without committing serious offenses. The traits describe emotional style and interpersonal tendencies, not destiny. They may reduce internal inhibition, but they do not force action. A key question that follows is whether these traits are innate or shaped by environment. The answer is rarely simple. Research on antisocial personality disorder, a formal diagnosis that overlaps with psychopathic features, indicates that genetics can contribute to predisposition. However, predisposition is not determination. Environmental factors, especially early developmental experiences, play a major role in shaping how traits express themselves. In other words, biology may load the gun, but the environment often determines how, when, or whether it is fired. To understand the rest of David's psychological profile, it becomes necessary to examine both components rather than choosing one over the other. David's developmental history suggests a mix of temperament and environment. On the dispositional side, there appear to be traits such as elevated sensation-seeking, a muted fear response, and a tendency to observe people rather than actively participate with them. Those traits alone do not determine outcome. What matters is how they interact with the environment. In his case, those traits reportedly developed alongside prolonged social isolation. Homeschooling, as structured in his situation, removed many of the social mechanisms that typically regulate adolescent behavior. Peer feedback, age-appropriate romantic experiences, mentorship, and everyday relational friction all serve as reality testing systems. When a teenager acts out of step socially, peers usually respond in ways that push adjustment. That constant feedback loop shapes empathy and identity. Put simply, in a normal school setting, unusual behavior often meets social consequences. That friction forces recalibration. Without that environment, internal narratives can grow unchecked. The gore consumption, intense fantasy development, and stated emotional desensitization did not appear in spite of isolation. They likely intensified because of it. If there were any predispositional psychopathic traits, they may have remained less pronounced in a socially connected setting. Instead, he reportedly had 5 uninterrupted years during a critical developmental window with limited corrective input. That leads to a natural question. Many teenagers are homeschooled. Many consume graphic content online. Many engage deeply with anime or fictional worlds. They do not go on to commit serious crimes. So what distinguishes this case? The answer is not a single variable. It is the interaction, timing, and absence of protective factors. First, the duration and completeness of isolation stand out. This was not partial homeschooling combined with sports teams or weekly peer groups. According to the record, it was years of minimal structured social contact during adolescence, the exact period when identity, boundaries, and empathy are refined through real relationships. Second, his response to that isolation was active rather than passive. He did not simply withdraw. He constructed an increasingly detailed internal fantasy world centered around dramatic romantic destruction. He openly described deliberate efforts to reduce his emotional response to disturbing material. That level of intentional self-conditioning during adolescence is unusual. Third, and perhaps most significant, there were few effective course corrections. There were no consistent peer relationships providing honest feedback, no sustained mentorship that redirected behavior. When his darker artistic themes entered the public sphere, they were rewarded with attention and career advancement. When authorities reportedly warned him about contact with a minor, prosecutors allege he found ways to continue. In typical development concerning behavior encounters resistance from multiple angles, social circles push back, adults intervene, institutions enforce boundaries. In this case, based on the prosecution's narrative, those natural braking systems did not successfully alter the trajectory. Another question people keep asking is this: did David always have a desire to end, or did circumstances push him into a single catastrophic decision? The truth is likely more complex than either extreme. There is no clear evidence that he formed a long-term conscious plan from the beginning of the relationship to end Celeste's life. Nothing in the record suggests he initiated contact with the goal of eventually unaliving her. However, what the evidence does appear to show is that he cultivated an internal world where romance and end were consistently linked in theme. Through lyrics, alter egos, and visual storytelling, he repeatedly placed himself in narratives where he harmed a partner and felt emotionally unaffected. Even if there was no early intent to unalive, he may have been building the psychological groundwork that made such an act possible under pressure. Rehearsing scenarios in imagination, music, and personal construction can lower the psychological barrier when real-life stress hits. In that sense, internal preparation matters more than explicit premeditation. Prosecutors argue that the immediate trigger was fear of exposure damaging his career. That explanation is plausible as a short-term catalyst, but a catalyst only ignites material that is already present. A person without years of emotional desensitization and fantasy rehearsal might react very differently to the same threat. They might attempt negotiation, denial, legal protection, or even financial settlement. They would not necessarily escalate to lethal action. Another widely discussed question is why he allegedly left Celeste's remains in his Tesla and then continued with public appearances and a tour. Some speculate he wanted the body discovered as part of a twisted artistic statement. While that theory is psychologically dramatic, it does not align strongly with the documented actions. Court filings describe someone who allegedly used a false name to purchase supplies, drove out of the area to dispose of evidence, made statements investigators consider misleading, and later purchased a burn cage in July that was reportedly never used. Those actions suggest concealment, not exhibition. The more consistent explanation is narcissistic overconfidence. Individuals with elevated narcissistic and psychopathic traits often overestimate their intelligence and ability to control outcomes. They believe they can outmaneuver systems and people. If prosecutors are correct, he may have believed he had managed the situation well enough to avoid detection. That confidence can create dangerous blind spots. When someone believes rules do not fully apply to them, they take greater risks. When they believe they are smarter than investigators, they underestimate how small details accumulate. Ultimately, whether this was long brewing desire or a reaction to acute pressure, the prosecution's theory hinges on the idea that years of psychological conditioning met a moment of perceived threat. What followed, if proven true, would reflect not sudden transformation, but the activation of traits and patterns that have been forming over time. The belief pattern at play is not just "I am above the law" in a dramatic sense. It is more subtle and arguably more dangerous. It is the assumption that intelligence, fame, and financial resources are enough to manage any crisis. That mindset reframes risk as something controllable rather than something threatening. Leaving the car parked on a nearby street instead of fully eliminating it represents a major failure in risk calculation, but it fits the same cognitive style that allegedly allowed him to attend a radio interview the morning after the crime. The operational logic may have been simple. The vehicle is not directly at my house. I am about to leave for tour, and this situation can be handled later. That is not panic, that is confidence, possibly misplaced. Prosecutors also argue that he may have assumed Celeste's history of running away would delay concern. If someone is frequently reported missing, it can create a dangerous sense of cover. However, decomposition does not wait quietly. Odor travels. It does not require someone actively searching. It announces itself. What stands out most, especially when reviewing his TikTok posts after the alleged date of the crime, is how outwardly normal he appeared. The question becomes psychological rather than procedural. How does someone continue functioning publicly after such an event? Several mechanisms may interact. First is reduced guilt and anxiety response, often associated with elevated psychopathic traits. In most individuals, severe wrongdoing produces overwhelming internal distress, sleeplessness, intrusive thoughts, visible agitation. If someone has spent years dulling emotional reactivity, that internal alarm system may be significantly weakened. Second is compartmentalization. This is a defense mechanism where separate psychological rooms are created. In one room, daily functioning continues. In another, extreme events are contained. The walls between those rooms prevent emotional spillover. A person can appear steady in public because the distress is sealed off rather than processed. Third is his long-standing persona structure. For years, he reportedly operated through curated identities: the artist, the online personality, the darker alter ego. By the time of these events, switching into David the artist for a radio interview may not have felt like acting. It may have been automatic. The public-facing persona had become his primary operational mode. If the prosecution's theory is correct that the crime was motivated by silencing a perceived threat, then another factor emerges. If someone believes an action solved a problem, there may be little internal conflict to wrestle with. The objective in that mindset was achieved. Without internal moral resistance, there is nothing to reconcile. All of this remains contingent on what is ultimately proven in court. But from a psychological perspective, the combination of overconfidence, compartmentalization, emotional blunting, and identity fragmentation provides a framework for understanding how normal outward behavior could coexist with extreme hidden actions. From the prosecution's perspective, the perceived threat was removed. Within the psychological framework outlined in this video, someone with that profile might view the act less as a moral catastrophe and more as the completion of a problem-solving task. If that is the case, the absence of visible panic or breakdown makes more sense. Publicly, there were no clear signs of emotional collapse. That does not prove anything on its own, but it aligns with the personality traits discussed earlier. Now to two major questions many people have. First, was David primarily attracted to minors, or was Celeste's age incidental to circumstance? Based on publicly available information, there is no clear evidence of a long-standing, exclusive attraction to prepubescent children as a defining orientation. That distinction matters. However, the documented pattern does show that he formed a relationship with someone significantly younger from a reportedly unstable environment where a strong imbalance of power existed. That dynamic raises concerns about what he was actually seeking. When someone gravitates toward individuals who are easier to influence, age may function as one component of vulnerability rather than the sole source of attraction. In other words, the pattern may reflect a preference for control more than a fixed age category. If control and dominance were the primary motivations, then potential targets could theoretically include adults in unstable or dependent circumstances as well. The common thread would not be age alone, but imbalance. That interpretation does not minimize the seriousness of the allegations. It simply reframes the psychological driver. Some individuals are motivated by access to someone they can shape, guide, or dominate. Age can amplify that dynamic, but it may not be the only pathway. The final question is whether, if not caught, he would have done that again. On available evidence, a second unaliving was not guaranteed, but the risk would not have been negligible. According to prosecutors, the alleged motive was instrumental, removing a threat to protect career and status. That differs from classic serial offender profiles driven by escalating compulsion or fantasy fulfillment. However, what stands out is the described post-event behavior. Prosecutors allege methodical body handling, repeated attempts to destroy evidence, and continued public functioning without visible distress. If someone commits a lethal act and does not experience overwhelming psychological cost, that lowers the internal barrier to repeating it under similar pressure. This does not mean repetition was certain. It means deterrence would depend heavily on circumstance. If another high-stakes threat emerged, the prior experience might serve as proof in his mind that extreme action could be executed and managed. All of this remains speculative and contingent on what is proven in court. But from a risk assessment standpoint, the combination of instrumental motive, emotional detachment, and successful compartmentalization would not be considered low risk if similar pressures resurfaced. If a similar career-threatening situation had emerged again, involving another person capable of exposing damaging information, the internal resistance to repeating the same response would likely have been lower, not higher. When someone believes a strategy succeeded once, the perceived risk of using it again decreases. In that mindset, the reasoning becomes simple. It worked before, it can work again. That does not mean he would have actively searched for people to end. The profile discussed throughout this analysis is not one of a compulsive predator hunting randomly. It is one of someone who may respond with extreme measures when personal survival, status, or control feels threatened. So, how do we make sense of the overall trajectory? David Anthony Burke's path does not appear to stem from a single cause, nor does it neatly match the idea of someone destined from birth to commit a lethal act. Instead, it reflects dispositional traits interacting with an unusually isolating developmental environment. Traits like sensation-seeking, emotional detachment, and preference for observation over participation were amplified rather than moderated. The decision to homeschool is not inherently abusive. Many families homeschool successfully. The issue here was the structure. According to available accounts, the transition removed the entire social framework where unusual behavior might have been challenged. Peer groups, teachers, and organized activities often serve as corrective systems. In his case, that architecture was replaced by years of largely unstructured internet immersion and increasingly elaborate internal fantasy. That internal world, reportedly saturated with romanticized destruction, emotional numbing, and an alter ego who committed crime within fictional narratives, was later given a commercial platform. Instead of being flagged as concerning, it was rewarded with attention, validation, and financial success. The relationship with Celeste Rivas Hernandez developed within those conditions. An online environment provided access. A significant power imbalance provided control. His fantasy structure repeatedly linked romance with fatal endings. Prosecutors argue that when the relationship shifted from emotional attachment to perceived liability, the groundwork for an extreme response had already been laid. They allege that when Celeste threatened his professional and financial stability, the psychological infrastructure required to eliminate that threat was already in place. What most people would experience as paralyzing moral resistance may not have operated the same way for him. Celeste Rivas Hernandez was 14 years old. She had been reported missing multiple times. She was, according to records, seeking connection and reassurance. Prosecutors allege that the same person who told her she was wanted and valued later arranged the Uber that brought her to his home and ended her life there. Those are allegations that will ultimately be decided in court, but regardless of the legal outcome, the psychological discussion centers on how isolation, reinforcement, personality traits, and opportunity can intersect in ways that create catastrophic consequences. The warning signs were not hidden in some secret vault. They were in the lyrics. They were in the Discord messages. They were in the alter ego stories. They were in interviews where he openly explained his mindset, and people heard it as creativity instead of confession. That is what makes this case unsettling. The bigger question is not simply why no one saw it. It is why, when parts of it were visible, so many people brushed past it. Parents, platforms, labels, fans streaming songs on repeat without really listening to the words. At what point does art stop being just art and start becoming a reflection of something deeper? This case is still active and the legal process is ongoing. I will continue covering major updates here as they unfold. Now I want to hear from you. What do you think about everything presented in this case? Do you believe the psychological signs were obvious in hindsight, or are we connecting dots that only make sense after the fact?
Hey guys, I know I haven't posted on this account in a little minutes. I'd be like solving that I'm committing myself.
New evidence in the David case is laying out what prosecutors believe happened in the final moments with Celeste, and it could completely shift the direction of this case. Legal experts are now saying the details might push everything into federal court, raising the stakes in a serious way and putting David in deeper trouble than before. In the official evidence file, it states, defendant used an item towards her multiple times and stood by while she passed.
How did they know that?
How do they know that he stood there? Because, look, I got to tell you, as an old investigator, you know where I get that kind of information from? It's not from the perpetrator. To say someone stands there and watches an individual out, that comes from a witness.
That line is carefully worded, but it carries heavy meaning. It suggests investigators have a witness prepared to testify that David not only carried out the act, but then allegedly remained there instead of trying to step in or call for help. That detail alone could strongly influence how a jury sees intent and responsibility. The identity of the man testifying against David has reportedly been revealed, and that reveal adds another layer of tension. To understand why his testimony matters so much, you have to look at what else he allegedly shared with authorities.
They're saying that the Celeste girl, maybe she was already talking to the cops like, yeah, this creep is, he on me. Now, granted, who knows if David was trying to leave her or whatever the case is, but look like she would also try to threaten David with that to say, yo, I'm about to go tell on your, right?
Federal documents state new evidence was found relating to Celeste telling David she's going to tell on him to police days before she passed. That claim introduces a possible motive and shows there may have been serious conflict leading up to the incident. Public figures like DJ Academics even reacted online as these details surfaced. Investigators are now examining whether there was a direct exchange between David and Celeste where she clearly said she would go to the police, or whether David confided in someone he believed was a close friend expressing fear about being reported.
Which already he should have knew that he's doing something wrong. Well, I mean, he should have knew of GP, like she's gang. But she would, allegedly, according to this complaint, she had threatened that, I could ruin your music career or something like that.
I've been wondering just what it was that a private investigator named Steve Fisher found inside David's home when he was given access last October. The PI reported seeing, quote, items you would expect to find on a farm rather than in a home in the Hollywood Hills. And today, we are learning about one of those items.
If that same person later went to authorities, it would explain how certain private details became part of the federal case. Court filings also include disturbing allegations about actions taken afterward. Authorities claim Celeste's left ring and pinky fingers were removed, with reports stating her ring finger had a tattoo of David's name. According to documents, those fingers were never recovered. Prosecutors further alleged that David used the name Victoria Mendez to order 2 chainsaws, heavy-duty laundry bags, a large bag, and a blue inflatable pool from Amazon. A shovel was also allegedly purchased from Home Depot through Postmates.
Yo, wait.
Oh, look it. Answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer
Which
that.
one? What's good, David? Big fan, big spot me. Oh, thank you. Mitchell.
I gotta stop with him if you even. We need to delete this.
Maz, can we delete all VODs? And then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too?
Investigators argue these purchases suggest planning and cleanup efforts instead of an attempt to seek medical help. There's also reference to video footage showing David cleaning Celeste's shoes outside his home, identified as the same Jordans she wore in photos. Another court statement reads, additionally, on July 7th, defendant ordered on Amazon a burn cage to his home under the same fake name as part of his plan to incinerate all the evidence. This clears up the questions police had months ago when they first discovered the incinerator at David's property. At the time, investigators reportedly knew it was serious, but they did not yet understand how it connected to everything else. Now, prosecutors are laying it all out in court. According to the product description on Amazon, the incinerator model is typically marketed for agricultural use. In Los Angeles, owning that kind of high heat equipment without proper permits or a registered farm can violate local regulations. That could mean another charge added to David's.
How are defenders and treated in prison? They got treated bad. Like, I didn't know what was going on. I didn't even think nothing about that. I just know that it was like every 15 to 20 minutes that went past, guys was going past this one cell, and it'd be like, there's three of them. One of them would grab the cell door and be on this side like this, and then the other two would be on this side. So the one.
Growing list. Court details state, a private investigator revealed an incinerator capable of burning at temperatures up to 1,600 degrees has been found in David's home. That temperature level immediately raised red flags for authorities, but investigators say that was not the only discovery inside the home. They also found one of Celeste's favorite designer hoodies. The same hoodie appeared in a photo recovered from David's iPhone. In one of David's own selfies, that hoodie could reportedly be seen on the floor of his bedroom. Celeste was known to wear two specific designer hoodies often, and both were allegedly located during the search. Prosecutors also pointed to a live stream clip that they claim showed the pair slowly introducing their relationship to the public. According to filings, that footage is now being used as part of the argument that Celeste had been staying at David's home and that a relationship existed between them. Investigators argue this supports their broader timeline. When these details were presented in court, reactions were immediate. One comment shared publicly read, "I just want to say good luck to David going back to his cell block at jail after this court hearing. Once inmates hear all this, he's going to be cooked."
And they did this like every 20 to 30 minutes, like clockwork. And this one yanked the door open, and the other two on this side had cups full of and boo-boo. So when he yanked the door open, they just throw the cups of boo-boo in there on him, and then boom, close the door, lock it on him. You know, so that was crazy. But and then some was getting jumped on, some was getting slapped, extorted, some was having to do favors.
That reaction reflects the intensity surrounding the case. Following the hearing, David was reportedly classified as a higher risk inmate. That designation impacts housing decisions and bond considerations. Court records describe his current conditions. David's current jail conditions is being held in a segregated single cell, escorted from his cell to shower, which he's allowed every other day, only allowed to make phone calls. On the days that he showers, gets 3 hours of recreation time with fresh air per week, no access to a TV, cannot have visitors at this time, reportedly has no money on his books. One law enforcement source described the facility as dirty, smelly, and wild. That short description alone paints a rough picture. A former inmate who previously served time at the same jail where David is now being held spoke out about what daily life is really like inside. According to him, even if David is restricted to his cell, other inmates will still be able to walk past, look in, and talk. Privacy is almost non-existent in a place like that. Reports state David has been transferred to the Men's Central Jail in LA County. That facility, operated in Los Angeles County, has long faced criticism over conditions. It has been reported that he is being housed in solitary.
First of all, we suspected that David would be charged with after that was what he was arrested for, and in other court documents that came out a couple months ago, we know that he was being investigated for murder. But first-degree murder with special circumstances? Lying in wait to killing a witness as part of an investigation? murdering for financial gain and now facing the possibility of the death penalty, even though it's my understanding there is a moratorium in California. That is a huge deal.
Because he is a public figure. Some people online believe his name recognition might shield him, but former inmates say status does not carry much weight behind those walls. One viral reply claimed, even with David being placed in solitary confinement, he's still going to be getting his 1 hour of rec time per day, where other EC inmates will confront him and deal with him due to the charges against him. There's no way of staying safe in there after committing the crimes that he did. That comment reflects how intense public opinion has become surrounding this case. When you look at his arrest poster, the reality of his situation becomes clearer. According to the listing, David is 5 feet 5 inches and 125 pounds. In a jail environment where reputation and perceived strength matter, that physical profile has sparked discussion online about how vulnerable he could feel. On top of that, leaked meal details show a strict and basic diet. There is no luxury here, no private chef, no special treatment. 6 days a week, inmates are reportedly served macaroni with beef, 1 apple, 8 ounces of milk, and a peanut butter granola bar for dessert. That routine is far from the upscale lifestyle David was known for while living in Los Angeles. Inside,
transferring these assets in the middle of an investigation, as opposed to 2 years ago or a year ago.
Right.
Could a court look at this and say this was a deliberate attempt to, what you say, concealing assets, and they could breach it, they could pierce it, they could say, even though that you've transferred this into your mother's name, that was invalid. This is a way for, let's say, a plaintiff who sues him, or let's say in a criminal judgment to pay that fine. Can a court look at that and say, even though you transferred it, it's still open season on those property?
Everyone eats the same tray. Another detail that stands out is how information spreads within jail units. Once someone enters a housing area, word about their charges can move quickly from cell to cell. In David's case, the charges listed include serious allegations involving the use of a sharp object, multiple M-related counts, claims tied to financial motive, preventing testimony, and lying in wait, along with accusations about actions taken afterward. On top of everything else, former inmates say access to commissary funds and money on the books can also make someone a target. In that environment, even small resources can shift how others view you. Right before David was arrested and Celeste was discovered, reports say he began moving assets out of his name. A statement claimed, sources believe after David hired his new legal firm and transferred assets out of his name, he was preparing for the police to close on him. Not long after he was taken into custody, the timing of those financial moves raised eyebrows fast. Transferring property and money while under investigation for serious charges can look strategic. Prosecutors may argue it suggests someone trying to protect what they own before legal consequences hit. Critics online say it feels like...
This is what's so puzzling about this. It is a very basic premise of law throughout the country that you can't transfer assets after the event happens that would otherwise trigger collecting on those assets. So we have rules in different states. Sometimes they're called fraudulent transfers. Sometimes they're called fraudulent conveyances. There's a lot of different names for them. But the crux of it is you cannot transfer assets.
He was trying to stay one step ahead. Supporters argue it could have been legal advice. Either way, it added another layer to how people view David's mindset during those final weeks before his arrest. With all of this stacked together, many believe David will face intense pressure while sitting in jail awaiting trial. His family has publicly stood by him. In response to the district attorney's decision, they said, "We are disappointed but not surprised that the district attorney made this decision." They continue to support him fully. Still, sources say the mood shifted when David learned he would be housed in one of the toughest jail facilities in the country. Court observers described a dramatic moment during his hearing. While the judge was listing off David's charges, the famous singer was seen with an open mouth as if he was surprised and slashed or yelling, as the judge ended the statement by mentioning the chance of the penalty. The early mention of potential penalties reportedly caught many people in the courtroom off guard. Legal analysts say judges sometimes signal the seriousness of a case early on to set the tone moving forward. Another development adds even more weight. News reports stated investigators revealed David's arrest took so long due to the feds having wiretap across all of David's devices, sitting back and letting all of his slip-ups.
Who that person is, and do you believe that is the person that moved the Tesla?
So I believe I definitely know who moved that Tesla on that late July before they went on tour. I can't say who the person, and I don't mean I can't say but I don't know who exactly was in that house because it's just a report, but there's video, but you can't make a person out. But somebody was in the house, and being that there's only one key, it's like, okay, who had access at that time? So is it the same person that moved the Tesla? Was another last part of the plan about to go in motion as far as getting rid of her? I don't know.
Get collected. Authorities were allegedly monitoring communications while building their case. On top of that, they were reportedly investigating close associates and securing cooperation agreements from witnesses who may testify about his relationship with Celeste. One name that surfaced is Neil Langston, described in reports as a close friend. Neil posted on Instagram, "Thankfully, I'm legally fine in every way, and boy, do I got my receipts for things." Online, people noticed photos of David and Neil recreating the iconic pose from Titanic and other close moments shared publicly. Those images have fueled speculation about the nature of their friendship, though no official claims beyond friendship have been confirmed. Neil plays a major role in this entire situation, especially as David's closest friend. When investigators addressed the court, the prosecutor stated there were over 40 terabytes of discovery in this case, and it would take significant time to turn all that over to the defense.
Basically, an agent of chaos and kind of my alter ego, and the story of the manga went like I was a detective, and there was an evil version of myself that would kind of come out at random moments, kind of like Fight Club with Tyler Durden. And he would commit the crimes that I would have to solve as the detective. So like when I was as the detective, I'd be like solving that I'm committing myself. And it was like a cool little story. I didn't think anything would come of it. Like it was in the vault.
That amount of digital evidence is massive. It suggests years of data, messages, files, and media that still need to be reviewed carefully. There's speculation that Neil could potentially clarify certain details for investigators depending on what he knows and what he may have witnessed. Some legal analysts believe testimony from someone that close to David could heavily impact how the case unfolds. That includes helping authorities interpret a past interview where David described wanting to be like an anime character with a dramatic alter ego. In that interview, he talked about a character who goes live, commits serious crimes, and then switches roles to solve them. The example he chose raised eyebrows. Online reactions poured in. One comment read, "There's hundreds of crimes that he could have used as an example when describing his alter ego, but he chooses to say that. I can't be the only one seeing how obvious this all is, right?"
Guys, I know I haven't posted on this account in a little minutes, but I just had some words to share with you for 2025. Despite all the craziness that's going on, all the turmoil, the natural disasters, the pain, and things like that this year, I just wanted to tell you guys not to be discouraged and not to lose hope and not to turn your face from God in these times of evil. And it seems like it's the most insane start to a year that I've ever seen. But God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and love and a sound mind. So keep that sound mind, 2025. Stay prayed up.
Many viewers felt the comparison was unsettling, especially given the charges now facing him. Then there was the iCloud video. Investigators reportedly reviewed metadata from David's iCloud account that aligned closely with the timeline they believe Celeste passed. In that video, David spoke about multiple passings happening in his life. However, when authorities looked deeper, they reportedly found no record of family members or close friends passing around that specific time. That detail sparked speculation that he may have been indirectly referencing Celeste. Some observers even suggested it felt like a subtle admission, though that interpretation has not been confirmed in court. This case is layered, complex, and still unfolding. There are strong accusations, strong defenses, and a mountain of digital evidence waiting to be argued out in court. Now I want to hear from you. What do you think about everything that has come out so far? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. If you found this breakdown helpful, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel for more updates, share this with others following the case, and I will see you in the next one.
Here's what we don't know: why that pregnancy status was changed, what evidence led to that reversal, and whether it has any impact on the timeline, the theory of the case.
Prosecutors paint a picture of a rising pop star who they say lured a young girl and then eliminated her when she threatened to expose their relationship and derail his fame.
The David case has taken another serious turn, and the latest updates are deeply unsettling. What first shocked people were reports of illegal content allegedly found on his iCloud account, but now prosecutors are outlining new claims about what happened to Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Authorities say some of her remains were never recovered, including her fingers, and her passing certificate status has reportedly been updated.
We knew this case was sad off the bat, but now we've learned months later after Celeste Rivas Hernandez's body was found that the singer David had this whole plan, and we now know how exactly according to prosecutors.
There are also claims that she may have been pregnant, which matches rumors that have been circulating for some time. It is a painful situation, and her family continues to wait for clear answers while coping with unimaginable loss. Prosecutors allege that David began an inappropriate and unlawful relationship with Celeste when she was 13. According to court filings, she allegedly threatened to reveal the relationship, and investigators believe that tension escalated shortly after.
When I first heard that he ordered 2 chainsaws, my mind jumped to that was a backup in case the other one becomes dull, jams, or breaks. Now, I know it's gruesome and graphic to think about, but you're cutting through bone. That is absolutely a possibility.
Around that same period, his first album was released, which has drawn attention to the timeline and raised difficult questions about what was happening privately while his public career was beginning. Court documents describe alleged efforts to conceal and destroy evidence connected to Celeste's passing. Officials claim that David, now 21, purchased 2 chainsaws online before the incident. Investigators state that forensic evidence indicates an inflatable pool in his garage.
Celeste and David were on the outs, and Celeste was jealous of the fact that he was seeing other women. And she said, look, I'm going to threaten to ruin your life. I'm going to ruin your career, and I'm going to ruin your life because I'm going to out what we've been doing.
May have been used during an attempt to dispose of her remains. Her DNA was reportedly discovered inside the garage. Records also show purchases of a body bag and a heavy-duty laundry bag, which prosecutors believe are relevant to the investigation. Small blue plastic fragments were reportedly found within Celeste's remains. A forensic specialist from the Los Angeles Police Department examined the pieces and matched them to a blue inflatable pool located in David's garage. Prosecutors argue that this connection strengthens their case and supports the physical evidence gathered at the scene.
I am not defending David at all, but I just saw someone on here talk about how he was he was definitely the person that did it once you find out that he had an incinerator in his house.
Text messages presented in court allegedly show a heated dispute between Celeste and David on April 22, 2025. The argument reportedly centered on accusations that he was involved with other women. Prosecutors believe Celeste was unalive the following day. Rideshare records indicate that David arranged transportation for her to his home, and documentation shows she was dropped off there. David's defense team sought to keep certain court documents sealed from public view, but a judge denied that request. As a result, these details are now part of the public record while the legal process continues to unfold. David's lawyer argued that the court papers were one-sided and packed with hearsay, claiming they could influence a future jury and make it difficult to have a fair trial.
An updated death certificate for Celeste Rivas, the alleged of singer David, states that the teen may have been pregnant in the year that she died. Other evidence includes text messages about pregnancy and abortion while he was 18 and she was 13.
He pushed to have the documents sealed, saying the publicity could taint the case before it even reaches trial. The judge disagreed and refused the request, ruling that the records should remain public. With the seriousness of the allegations, the court decided transparency outweighed the defense's concerns. Prosecutors also revealed that police had informed David that Celeste was underage months before her passing. According to officials, officers from Riverside County visited his Hollywood home in February and April of 2024 while searching for Celeste after she had reportedly run away. During those visits, David allegedly told officers he did not know she was a minor and was unaware she had been reported missing. Investigators now say those prior warnings are important to understanding the timeline.
In a Los Angeles courtroom, according to TMZ, well-known streamer Neo Langston was taken into custody in Montana with the help of local authorities who were assisting the LAPD.
Okay, I'm sure many of you know Asia from the David case. Now, I wanted to bring this video to y'all's attention because somebody was mentioning how it was very weird that she mentioned being used for content and talking about like somebody having another girlfriend but not making content.
After Celeste returned home, her family reportedly took away her phone in an effort to limit contact. Prosecutors claim that David later went to her middle school with a new phone and allegedly gave money to another student to pass it along to her. That allegation has raised serious concerns about continued communication despite earlier police involvement. Throughout early 2024, Celeste was reported missing multiple times by family and friends. Authorities say she was last seen alive going to David's home in April of that year. Investigators describe what appears to have been an ongoing pattern of her leaving home, reconnecting with him, and being located again. The repeated reports have become a key part of the case record. Another significant development involves her passing certificate. The original document reportedly stated that Celeste was not pregnant.
That surgery will probably give me mental problems. I already got them. Give me more. I'm trying to get electric in this world. I think that's the best way to go out. Electric chair.
However, on April 22nd, it was amended to list her pregnancy status as unknown. That change has added another layer of uncertainty to an already complex and emotional case as prosecutors continue to present their findings in court. Prosecutors also claim that David allegedly texted Celeste about pregnancy and abortion when she was just 13 years old. That detail has reignited rumors that she may have been pregnant at some point. Legal analyst Dragalink explained that if she had been 7 to 8 weeks pregnant, it would not necessarily matter whether David knew about it. Under certain laws, that situation could still expose someone to additional serious charges. That possibility alone has added another heavy layer to an already devastating case. Online reactions have been intense. One person wrote, "Dude thought sleeping with a minor was going to ruin his career. Well, unaliving her is going to ruin his life. What a big dummy. Throw this dude under the jail."
Saying that the Celeste girl, maybe she was already talking to the cops like, yeah, this creep is, he on me. Now, granted, who knows if David was trying to leave her or whatever the case is, but look like she would also try to threaten David with that to say, yo, I'm about to go tell on your, right? Which already he should have knew that he's doing something wrong. Well, I mean, he should have knew of GP, like she's f***ing gang. But she would, allegedly, according to this complaint, she had threatened that, yo, I could ruin your music career or something like that.
Another comment read, "He must be so stupid. You end a human and you buy chainsaws and body bags on Amazon. Zero IQ." People are not holding back, and the anger is obvious across social media platforms. There was also a comment that stood out to many viewers. Strange feeling that he may not have been alone. It seems like he was always around people, whether one person or multiple. There has to be someone who knows more than what we've been told. That statement has sparked even more speculation. Some are wondering if others may have had knowledge of what was happening behind closed doors. At this stage, investigators have not publicly confirmed involvement by anyone else, but the question continues to circulate online. One of David's close friends, Neo, reportedly gave a statement to authorities. Viewers have pointed out that Neo had appeared alongside him in multiple live streams, showing that David was often surrounded by people, rather than isolated.
First of all, we suspected that David would be charged with murder after that was what he was arrested for, and in other court documents that came out a couple months ago, we know that he was being investigated for murder. But first-degree murder with special circumstances? Lying in wait to murdering a witness as part of an investigation, murdering for financial gain, and now facing the possibility of the death penalty, even though it's my understanding there is a moratorium in California. That is a huge deal.
That has led to ongoing conversations about who may have seen warning signs and whether anyone else might hold important information. There's also discussion online about his alleged girlfriend, Asia Collins. Some reports circulating on social media suggest she may have been connected to Celeste in certain ways, although those claims remain unverified and have not been formally confirmed in court documents. Still, her name continues to come up as people try to piece together the bigger picture. When you line up the allegation, the reported inappropriate relationship starting when Celeste was 13.
How are defenders and treated in prison? They got treated bad. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't even think nothing about that. I just know that it was like every 15 to 20 minutes that went past, guys was going past this one cell. And it'd be like, there's three of them. One of them would grab the cell door and then be on this side like this. And then the other two would be on this side. So the one, and they did this like every 20 to 30 minutes, every like clockwork. And this one yanked the door open and the other two on this side had cups full of and boo-boo. So when he yanked the door open, they just throw the cups of boo-boo in there on him and then boom, close the door, lock it on him. You know, so that was crazy. But and then some was getting jumped on, some was getting slapped, extorted, some was having to do
the claims that she threatened to expose him, the accusations of violence, the purchases of chainsaws and bags, the DNA evidence in the garage, the updated passing certificate, the pregnancy questions, and the prior police warnings about her age. It creates a deeply disturbing timeline. Each new detail seems to add another layer to a case that already feels overwhelming. The legal process is still unfolding, and there are many unanswered questions. If you have thoughts on this situation, drop them in the comments. Make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with others who are following the case. Stay tuned, because there may be more updates ahead, and I will see you in the next one.
You defended him? I defended him before any evidence came out. I shouldn't have done that.
We need to talk about something serious because this situation is heavy from every side. Celeste Rivas' father publicly thanked God after David was arrested in connection to her case, and that moment alone shows how deep the pain runs for her family. They have been clear and consistent, saying all they want is justice and for her voice to finally be heard. On the other side, David's parents are standing firmly behind him, insisting he is innocent and refusing to accept the accusations. It feels like two completely different realities moving at the same time.
The narrative that's been spun on Twitter. First off, I want to retract my statement. Obviously, the other day, I was defending David before all the new evidence came out. I do not condone anything that David has done or is doing, okay? That's wicked and it's just unbelievable.
What makes it even more uncomfortable is that even after the allegations began surfacing, some streamers were still defending him online. Now people are revisiting those old reactions, breaking them down piece by piece, and questioning why anyone was so quick to dismiss the claims. Then there is Neo Langston, which adds another complicated layer. He was arrested months ago for failing to appear in court tied to the Celeste case. Recently, he has been posting subtle messages online that sound like he knows more than he is saying.
Hey, matter of fact, bro, I'm about to head Pokey up, bro. We're in a double suit. Hit you with a double lawsuit, mother.
The posts are not direct, but the tone feels intentional, almost like he is hinting at information without fully putting it out there. That has people watching him closely and trying to read between the lines. David has pleaded not guilty to first-degree crime, which is one of the most serious charges someone can face. If convicted, it could mean life in prison or even the penalty. That alone shows how intense this case is and how high the stakes are for everyone involved.
Bro, I can't stream it more, bro. Like, bro, why is it just like...
The investigation has been going on for months. It began when Celeste Rivas' remains were found inside a Tesla connected to David after the vehicle had been towed to a police impound lot. That discovery changed everything and pushed the case into full public view. For a while, updates slowed down and it seemed like things were happening quietly behind the scenes. Then his recent arrest pulled the case right back into the spotlight. According to the criminal complaint, prosecutors claim there was ongoing conduct between September 2023 and September 2024.
The details are disturbing here is truly an understatement. Prosecutors claim in this filing that David even bought a burn cage to incinerate evidence.
Evidence they plan to present in court, proof he bought 2 chainsaws, body bags, and other tools to kill her, even using a blue plastic pool to conceal any blood that might spill onto his floor. However, they claim to have found Rivas Hernandez's DNA in his garage.
District Attorney Nathan Hochman alleges that David acted after Celeste threatened to expose what was happening and potentially harm his career. These are formal accusations outlined in court documents, and now the legal process will determine what is proven and what is not. If that is true, then it starts looking less like something sudden and more like an effort to silence her before anything could come out. That shift in perspective is what makes this situation feel even more serious. The homicide charge David is facing also comes with 3 major enhancements: lying in wait, acting for financial gain, and allegedly targeting someone who could have been a witness. Those added allegations are a big reason this case is not being treated as routine. Prosecutors argued that these specific factors raise the stakes significantly, potentially putting the case in penalty territory if proven in court.
And on that cell phone, they would exchange sexually explicit images, talk about pregnancy, abortions, Plan B, birth control.
Blue plastic fragments were found in Celeste's wounds. Well, now we are learning from prosecutors that an expert was able to make a physical fit match from those blue fragments to that blue inflatable pool David allegedly had at his home.
The way it is being presented suggests this was not a split-second decision. Instead, authorities are describing it as something planned and deliberate, not impulsive. Naturally, the internet has been reacting fast. Online conversations are now questioning whether people close to him, especially other streamers he associated with, knew more than they admitted publicly. That brings attention back to his friend Neil Langston. At one point, Neil was arrested for failing to appear before a grand jury connected to Celeste Rivas' case. That alone pulled him into the spotlight. After that, Neil reportedly went on his private Instagram account limited to close friends and began venting. He said he was legally fine and claimed he had all the receipts, brushing it off as if he could back up everything. Later in those posts, his tone reportedly shifted. He expressed frustration, saying he had trusted certain people with his side of the story.
I didn't kill her physically, but in the back of my mind, she died.
Court filings allege that Burke killed the teen because she threatened to expose their sexual relationship.
I was like, wait, I might be onto something, bro. So I dropped it right after that.
Only for them to distance themselves once he was arrested and his name became publicly linked to David. Neo also emphasized that he was never formally charged with a crime, stating that the warrant was withdrawn and suggesting that there is more to the story than what has been reported in the media. Still, people are asking the same question: what receipts is he referring to? If the situation is as clear as he suggests, many wonder why the proof has not been shared publicly. At the same time, reports have mentioned that David allegedly took a long late-night drive to a remote area of Santa Barbara. That detail has only intensified public speculation as the case continues to unfold.
Her parents took away her cell phone. That's when the prosecution claims he gave a kid in junior high $1,000 to give the victim a cell phone that he purchased so they could keep communicating.
David has pled not guilty, and his lawyers have said in the past they will vigorously defend David's innocence. Burke's defense will most likely argue that Celeste accidentally died from an overdose, and Burke panicked, cutting up and hiding her body.
This all traces back to spring 2025, months before Celeste's body was eventually found in the trunk of his Tesla. That timeline alone has people raising eyebrows. Reports mention a late-night trip out to a remote area, and he was not allegedly alone. Rumors started circulating online that Neo may have been with him during that drive. There is no official confirmation of that, but internet detectives have been connecting dots and building their own theories. Then, right after Celeste's body was discovered, Neo suddenly wiped his Instagram clean of anything connected to David.
That tragedy, and somehow hate on me. My brother, there's bigger problems. They will use that to hate on me, which shows they don't give a fuck about the case at all, or the girl that was the family that was affected. They just want to use it to hate on me.
You think David did it?
Do I think he's a murderer?
Yeah.
Can't rule him out.
No way. I don't think it's him because he's been on tour.
That move caught attention fast. When people stack those details side by side, it creates a wave of suspicion online. Some say it feels off, others say it is just a coincidence. But either way, the timing is what keeps fueling the conversation. Still, it is important to separate speculation from verified facts because so much of this is based on what people think they see, not what has been proven in court. Neo is not the only name being pulled into the spotlight. Jason the Ween is also being discussed heavily.
He's the next David. He's really the next David, bro. I mean, David's killing it.
According to prosecutors, text messages revealed the two had an argument on April 22nd of last year. The memo says Rivas Hernandez's remains may have been in the singer's Tesla for months and says visitors to his home asked about the smell.
The brief also claims Burke stabbed Celeste several times and watched her bleed to death.
Critics have pointed out that he defended David early on when the allegations first surfaced. Now, some are questioning whether that defense came from simple loyalty or from knowing more than he let on. That question alone has kept his name trending in discussions around the case. At the same time, others are defending Jason the Ween. They argue that when he made those comments, David was not yet publicly charged, so he may have simply been reacting as a friend without full information. In fast-moving situations like this, people often speak before understanding the full scope of what is happening. Loyalty can blur judgment, especially when someone is close to the situation.
All ordered under a fake name.
Okay, so pay attention to this one. This is a photo of Celeste and David, proof that romantic homicide was uploaded on her birthday.
And after she arrived at his Hollywood home, her phone went silent permanently. The memo says Burke sent late-night text messages to Rivas Hernandez's phone asking where she was in an attempt to cover up the
Jason the Ween and Pokimane have reportedly stated that they are pursuing legal action against an X-page called KickChamp, claiming it falsely accused him of involvement in the David case. From his perspective, that legal step appears to be a direct pushback against being linked to something he says he had nothing to do with. Even with that response, the same question continues to circulate online. Did he know more than he shared, or was he simply defending a friend before the facts became clear? That uncertainty is what continues to drive public debate. While all of this unfolds, it is important not to lose sight of the people at the heart of it, Celeste Rivas' family. At the end of the day, they are the ones living with the pain and still waiting for real answers. Her father released a statement saying, "Thank God, justice for Celeste."
Met Celeste Rivas Hernandez when she was 11 years old, and they started a sexual relationship in 2023 when she was 13. He was 18. She threatened to expose their relationship and destroy his career. It's alleged that she came to his Hollywood Hills home on April 23rd, where he stabbed her multiple times, including cutting off 2 of her fingers because one of them had a tattoo of his name on it.
Those words carry weight. The family has made it clear that they are committed to making sure her voice is heard and that the truth comes out through the legal process. At the same time, David's parents remain on the complete opposite side, standing by their son and believing in his innocence. Two families, two completely different beliefs, both waiting for clarity. What everyone agrees on is that the full truth matters. If anyone else had knowledge and chose to stay silent, that would raise serious ethical questions, not just about loyalty, but about responsibility. This situation is bigger than internet drama. It touches real lives, real families, and real consequences. As the case moves forward, the courts will sort through the evidence and determine what is proven. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Do you think there is more to this story than what we know right now? Make sure to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with others who are following the case. I will see you in the next one. A chainsaw allegedly ordered through Amazon, a blue inflatable pool reportedly purchased under a fake name, and a girl who never made it home. All of it allegedly tied to one person, a 20-year-old singer who, at that same time, was headlining a national tour, doing radio interviews and promoting his debut album, Romantic Homicide. Here with me, billions of streams, viral edits, emotional playlists on repeat. But behind the streaming numbers and online fame is a story that feels far darker than anyone expected. Because this is not just about what allegedly happened.
The LAPD has arrested the singer David for the murder of Celeste Rivas.
Singer David returns to court this morning for his hearing in his case.
It is about the warning signs, the timeline, the access, and how many people were reportedly close enough to see something was not right, yet stayed silent. David Anthony Burke was born on March 28, 2005 in Queens, New York. His parents, Dawood and Colleen Burke, raised him in a strict Christian household. His mother worked as a teacher. His father worked at a law firm. The household rules were firm. Secular music was not allowed. No mainstream pop, no rap, no trending radio hits.
I would go on Discord and I would go on Fortnite and I would go on like squad fills and I just let people talk to me and just tell me about their lives, because like most of these people that play video games the same way I do, they're going to it as an escape. So I was just being an open door and an open outlet for like my peers and my friends to kind of just like vent to me about different things in their like personal lives and stuff like that. And I would basically just take their lives and write songs about them and write songs for them, and they didn't even know it.
While other kids were listening to chart toppers, David was limited to Bach, Beethoven, and gospel music. Classical compositions filled the house. Church music dominated the speakers. Still, according to reports, he found quiet ways around those rules. A small iPod Touch, secret downloads from iTunes, headphones low so no one would hear. That was as rebellious as it got. After 7th grade, his parents made another major move. They pulled him out of traditional school and enrolled him in a fully online homeschool program.
You look at those videos, you look at these streaming sessions, there is almost always multiple people present during these things. People appear to be coming in and out of his house for these streaming sessions for other purposes. To nail this down, to specifically say David was holding the instrument of that led to Rivas's demise, I'm not sure the government's there yet.
Who ordered chainsaws?
From that point on, most of his world became digital. Classes online, social life online, interests online, and that digital world would later become a central piece of this entire case. Not even the type of homeschool setup where kids still meet in groups. This was fully online, just him and a computer screen. No classmates, no hallway jokes, no school dances, no real social life. David later described that shift as tragic and said he begged to return to regular school almost every day. That isolation hit different. So what does a teenager do with that much time alone? He played Fortnite for hours, every day. It became his world.
On David Anthony Burke's account, who ordered a home incinerator, a burn cage, who ordered a legitimate body bag, trash bags, heavy-duty laundry bags, the blue kiddie pool that held her body when it was disarticulated, a shovel.
He started uploading gaming montages to YouTube, chasing the dream of becoming the next big streamer. And for a minute, it looked like it might actually happen. He built a small but loyal following. His edits were clean. The engagement was growing. Then overnight, everything crashed. Every single video he had ever uploaded was reportedly hit with copyright strikes because of the music he used. Years of work wiped out in one sweep. He called his mom in tears, And she told him something simple that ended up changing the entire direction of his life: make your own music. And so he did. He recorded his first song straight into his iPhone and uploaded it to SoundCloud. It started picking up traction. Then came his second track, You and I, which would eventually pass 94 million streams. That was the moment things started shifting. He posted on Twitter,
I truly wish that everybody could sense this, could actually see what he did allegedly to this child so that they could really understand it. Really understand the depth of depravity here, Nancy. My old statement is the house of depravity has no basement.
First Fortnite player to use his own song in a video. Smart move. Other gaming creators began using his tracks because they were royalty-free. His sound spread fast across YouTube and Twitch. Then TikTok entered the picture. David began posting pitched-up covers of popular songs, and his account exploded to over 500,000 followers in a short time. In July 2022, he released Romantic Homicide, and everything changed. The track went viral across TikTok, streaming platforms, and radio. It peaked at number 4 on Billboard's Hot Rock and Alternative Songs chart and earned multiple platinum certifications. Soon after, he signed with Interscope Records, one of the biggest labels in the industry. His debut album, Withered.
I'm telling you, this thing goes really deep, and it is pure evil. They've got simply 3 bullet points that are there. This is not like a deep dive. It doesn't get down into the granular detail. And Nancy, that's kind of the crux of this case, isn't it? When you begin to think about what in the world could have been the motivation for someone.
Dropped in April 2025. It sold around 30,000 units in its first week and reached number 13 on the Billboard 200. He was headlining his own tour, performing at Coachella, just 20 years old, with what looked like a multi-million-dollar career ahead of him. And then everything reportedly collapsed. On September 5th, 2025, a damaged 2023 Tesla Model Y was towed from Bluebird Avenue in the Hollywood Hills after residents reported it had been sitting there abandoned. That detail would soon become impossible to ignore. The car had reportedly been sitting there since late July, just a few hundred feet from a home David had been renting in the Hollywood Hills. Neighbors say it did not move for weeks. It just stayed there, quiet, unnoticed, blending into the street like any other parked vehicle. Then on September 8th, 3 days after it was officially towed, the manager of the tow yard,
who ordered
chainsaws
on David Anthony Burke's account, who ordered a home incinerator, a burn cage, who ordered a legitimate body bag, trash bags, heavy-duty laundry bags, the blue kiddie pool that held her body when it was disarticulated, a shovel. Oh, it was him. Who ordered her over like Chinese delivery the night of her, about a $200 plus Uber bill to his home. Wow.
Not just an employee, but the actual manager, noticed something disturbing, a strong odor, flies circling the vehicle. According to the LA County District Attorney's Office, when LAPD detectives opened the front trunk, they found a black cadaver bag covered in insects. Inside that bag were severely decomposed human remains, a head and torso. Beneath it, a separate bag containing dismembered arms and legs. The vehicle was registered to David Anthony Burke. 8 days later, dental records confirmed the remains belonged to Celeste Rivas Hernandez from Lake Elsinore, California, roughly 75 miles southeast of Hollywood. She had been reported missing multiple times by her family. Investigators said the level of decomposition was so advanced they could not determine certain physical details.
You get to the section on the reproductive organs, okay, or the system itself. They've got simply 3 bullet points that are there. This is not like a deep dive. They mentioned her uterus, which is something that is, in fact, examined, particularly when we're talking about a pregnancy. You want to really do an in-depth study here where you're going through, there are various layers, say for instance, to the uterus, and you have to examine each one of those layers. It doesn't get down into the granular detail. And Nancy, that's kind of the crux of this case, isn't it?
Her listed weight was just 71 pounds. September 8th, the day she was discovered, was one day after what would have been her 15th birthday. That detail alone sent shockwaves through the case. Here is where the timeline raised serious questions. At the time her body was found, David was on tour. He had left Los Angeles at the end of July for his Withered World tour. Surveillance footage reportedly showed him driving the Tesla Model Y on July 29th before parking it on Bluebird Avenue and leaving to join his tour bus. Prosecutors allege that from that point forward, the car did not move. For weeks, while he performed in different cities, investigators believe Celeste's body remained inside the vehicle. Once authorities began examining how David and Celeste were connected, prosecutors say the digital trail told a troubling story. Court documents allege the two first made contact online in January 2022. They reportedly met through Fortnite.
On that body bag in order to, I think, collect DNA. Who made contact with those surfaces? And most of the time, body bags are not handled by one person. That's why there are 6 handles, Nancy. And so that's going to be quite interesting to see those results. Who in the world would have come into this location? And let's have a real honest conversation here in one of the most high dollar,
which prosecutors say aligns with David's online habits during his homeschool years. He had publicly spoken about using squad fills to connect with strangers and listening to people share personal struggles over gaming headsets. That online access created constant communication channels. According to prosecution filings, by November 2023, investigators allege the nature of the relationship had escalated into inappropriate territory. Those allegations now sit at the center of the criminal case moving forward. That age gap alone should have triggered serious concern, and this is where many people believe the system had its first clear chance to intervene. In February 2024, Celeste's family reported her missing to the Riverside County Sheriff's Department. Investigators reviewed her phone records and found a number allegedly linked to David. On February 17, 2024, law enforcement contacted him directly.
Who could have done all that? 2 + 2, bam, equals 4.
And I never thought in my wildest dreams, after all these years, that I would be talking about a case that included a body bag as a piece of evidence. Nancy, if you look at the report that was issued that it contains the autopsy report, they swabbed each and one of those handles. There's 6 of them on a body bag, on this black body bag. They swabbed each and every single handle.
During that call, David reportedly said his last contact with Celeste had been around February 13th or 14th. He also claimed he did not know she was a minor and said he was unaware she had been reported missing. Later that same evening, officers conducted a welfare check at the West Hollywood residence where he was staying. Deputies informed him directly that Celeste was a runaway. According to reports, David responded by saying he had only met her once in November 2023 and that he did not know her age. But here is the detail that prosecutors say raises major questions. During that same interaction, David allegedly showed deputies a yearbook photo of Celeste that he had saved on his phone. Prosecutors argue that detail contradicts the idea that he barely knew her. If someone claims minimal contact, why have a personal school photo saved? Shortly after that encounter, Celeste returned home.
When you begin to think about what in the world could have been the motivation for someone to, well, one of the things that's been put out there is the idea that she may have been pregnant. So it doesn't get down into those granular details. And now they've had to go back and do this amendment, and it's kind of left people scratching their heads. It turns out that it's kind of indeterminate. I just wish somebody would come back and actually say definitively, one way or another. You can't have one foot in the boat and one foot in the water.
On the surface, it looked like the situation had been resolved, but according to prosecution filings, the contact did not end. Despite being informed by law enforcement that she was minor, prosecutors allege that David later drove to Lake Elsinore. There, they claim he located a student at Celeste's school and paid that student approximately $1,000 to deliver a phone he had purchased so he could continue communicating with her. Her parents had taken her phone away to cut off contact. Prosecutors argue he worked around that barrier. Throughout 2024, court documents allege that Celeste continued spending significant time with him. Prosecutors reference summer weekends at his Hollywood Hills home, as well as trips to Las Vegas, London, and Texas, where she allegedly met members of his family. Celeste's family reported her missing again on March 19th, and then again on April 5th, 2024. That makes 3 separate missing persons reports within a short span. Each time, according to public records, the case reset once she was located. critics now question how those reports did not result in stronger intervention. Law enforcement had already made contact with an adult man connected to her. They had already been told about the age difference, yet no formal charges were filed at that stage.
Locations in the United States, we're talking about this particular home rented for $20,000 a month. Who's renting this and who shows up? Yeah, I think that I will in fact kill a child and render her body down and then place it into a trunk. So you're telling me somebody walked off the street and decided out of all the homes on the street, that's what they're going to do?
From the family's perspective, imagine the fear and frustration, knowing there was an older individual in contact with her and feeling like the system never fully stepped in. You report your daughter missing in February. Deputies speak to a man who admits he has been in contact with her. They inform him clearly that she is minor. Then she disappears again in March and again in April. At some point, the obvious question becomes impossible to ignore. Where is she going and who is she meeting? Celeste's mother later told investigators she knew her daughter had a boyfriend named David. Her brother Matthew told reporters that the first night Celeste left home, she had said she was going to see a movie with someone named David. The family did not know every detail of what was happening, but they knew enough to keep reporting her missing. They kept raising concerns. They kept asking for help. Critics now argue that those repeated reports should have drawn a straight line back to the adult man law enforcement had already contacted. Instead, each time she returned home, the case appeared to reset. As the investigation moved forward, authorities reviewed messages between David and Celeste. According to court filings, those conversations allegedly included references to pregnancy, abortion, and Plan B. In March 2025, prosecutors say Celeste sent a message expressing frustration. They claim she said she wanted more than what the relationship had become and felt it had been reduced to only spending time together in private without real commitment. Investigators also reported finding explicit material involving a minor on David's iCloud account. Court documents describe the amount as significant and central to the prosecution's case. Another detail prosecutors pointed to involved a tattoo on Celeste's ring finger that displayed David's name. According to court filings, certain identifying features on her hand were missing when she was discovered. Prosecutors allege this was done intentionally in an attempt to remove visible connections between them. That allegation remains part of the active court proceedings. What makes this situation stand out to many observers is that the warning signs were not hidden behind closed doors. They appeared online in plain sight. Fans noticed. Viewers in live chats noticed. Members inside his Discord community reportedly discussed it openly. In January 2024, David streamed on Twitch and Celeste was visible on camera wearing a hoodie and glasses. The live chat reacted instantly. Comments appeared such as, "Pray for his career," "Chat," and "You're done for, bro." And "No, you're going on the Epstein list. Caught you in 4K. David read some of those comments aloud during the stream. According to archived clips later referenced in reports, Celeste made a comment during that broadcast that some viewers felt revealed more than intended. That clip resurfaced months later as investigators examined the timeline. Looking back, critics argue the red flags were flashing in real time. The family reported concerns. Law enforcement had contact with him. Online audiences were questioning what they were seeing, yet the situation continued without clear intervention. And that is the part that still leaves many people asking how so many warning signs could exist at once. According to archived clips and screenshots, David reacted fast. He allegedly told his moderators to delete everything, every clip, every VOD, wipe it all. The tone shifted instantly, and within moments, the stream ended. The exact audio is hard to make out, but one phrase stood out to viewers: "I media trained you." That line spread quickly online. Critics argue that kind of language suggests awareness, not confusion. It sounds like someone coaching another person on what to say and what not to say. That moment became a turning point in how many people viewed the situation. Then there was the Discord server. Screenshots that later circulated online showed a now deleted account, widely believed by users to be Celeste, posting a photo of a tattoo on her ring finger with David's name. In the image, what appeared to be a ring sat beside it. The same account allegedly shared backstage-style photos of her and David lying down together. The date on that message was July 2024, months before authorities would uncover the vehicle. Meanwhile, discussions had already started surfacing on Reddit. Weeks before the remains were discovered, one user posted, "This guy's a PDF from what I've heard. My sister, who's now in the 9th grade, told me he was dating an 8th grader. Let's just call her C. She would go on trips with him to LA." At the time, it was treated like internet gossip. After the arrest, those old posts took on a different tone. Then there's the music. Romantic Homicide, the track that launched him into mainstream success, includes a music video where he places a body into the trunk of a car. The title alone sparked debate once the allegations surfaced. In an interview with Genius, David explained that the hook was written in the active first person. That detail resurfaced quickly online. His own mother reportedly told him at one point that the song felt too graphic and urged him not to release it. He released it anyway. It became his breakout hit. He also introduced an alter ego called Itami, which translates from Japanese as pain. In interviews, he described Itami as a darker version of himself, a fictional detective who committed crimes and then investigated them. It was a concept he leaned into across multiple videos and visuals. According to messages shared from his Discord server, David also reportedly admitted to consuming graphic gore content online from a young age. Critics now argue that these creative themes, combined with the allegations, painted a picture many people wish they had examined more closely at the time. According to screenshots and archived chats, David once described how his exposure to graphic online content changed over time. He said it started with shock, then discomfort, then eventually nothing. He claimed he intentionally watched disturbing material so he could disconnect the part of his brain that reacts emotionally to certain imagery. He framed it as training himself not to feel empathy toward what he called the wrong things. Critics argue that is not a teenager accidentally stumbling across dark corners of the internet and being disturbed. They say it reflects someone deliberately trying to dull their emotional response. Then there is the music itself, which many people began revisiting after the arrest. In the 2022 track Decide, David sings the line, "Save your tears 7 years." Online commentators later pointed out that 7 years from that release would have placed her at 18. Some listeners now see that lyric differently than they did at the time. Romantic Homicide, the song that launched his career, centers visually and lyrically around dark themes, including imagery of placing a body in the trunk of a car in its music video. The release date of that song was September 7th, which is also Celeste's birthday. At the time, it was treated as coincidence. After the charges, it drew new attention. Prosecutors also reference an unreleased track reportedly titled Celeste, recorded in December 2023. According to filings, the lyrics allegedly referenced a girl with his name tattooed on her. Months later, investigators confirmed that Celeste had a tattoo of David's name on her ring finger. All of this content was public. The lyrics were streaming. The visuals were available. At the time, fans viewed it as a creative expression. In hindsight, some critics argue it feels more layered. According to prosecutors, the timeline of events intensified on April 22, 2025. Court documents allege that David and Celeste exchanged a long series of text messages that night. Prosecutors claim Celeste had discovered he was involved with other women and confronted him. They allege he had led her to believe they had a future together and that she saw herself as his partner. When she reportedly learned about other relationships, prosecutors say she felt betrayed. Court filings allege she threatened to expose their relationship publicly in a way that could seriously damage his career. The timing, prosecutors argue, was critical. His debut album, Withered, was scheduled to release in 2 days. He had endorsement deals, a world tour, momentum building fast. Prosecutors allege financial and career protection became a motive in the case, which is why a financial gain special circumstance was included in the charges. On April 23rd, according to court records, David ordered an Uber around 8:40 p.m. to pick Celeste up from Lake Elsinore and transport her to his Hollywood Hills residence. That ride, prosecutors say, was the last confirmed movement before everything changed. The The Uber ride was completed around 10 p.m. Records show Celeste was dropped off at the Hollywood Hills residence. About 20 minutes later, prosecutors allege David began sending text messages asking where she was. According to the prosecution, those messages were not genuine attempts to locate her. They argue the texts were staged to create the appearance that she never made it to the house. Court filings claim that by approximately 10:20 p.m., Celeste had already passed. The medical examiner ruled the case a homicide caused by multiple penetrating wounds to the torso. Prosecutors allege David was responsible for those injuries. At around 11:30 p.m., investigators say he left the home and drove north on the 101 freeway towards Santa Barbara County. During that drive, records show he continued calling and texting her phone. Prosecutors argue those communications were part of a calculated effort to construct an alibi. He reportedly returned home early the next morning, April 24th. Later that day, he attended a radio interview promoting his album release. That evening, he appeared at his album release party. According to prosecutors, within 24 hours of Celeste's unaliving, he was publicly celebrating the launch of Withered. Another detail emerged months later. In January 2026, a Caltrans worker discovered Celeste's U.S. passport card off State Route 154 near Lake Cachuma in Santa Barbara County. Prosecutors state that location matches the area where cell phone data allegedly placed David on the night of April 23rd, as well as on at least 2 later trips. What prosecutors allege happened in the weeks that followed is a central part of the case. According to the prosecution's evidence brief, they believe David took deliberate steps to conceal what had occurred. Court records outline a purchasing timeline that investigators say shows preparation and planning. On April 24th, the day after Celeste's unaliving, prosecutors allege he ordered a shovel from Home Depot through Postmates delivery. On May 1st, 2 chainsaws were purchased from Amazon and delivered the same day. On May 5th, investigators say a body bag, heavy-duty laundry bags, and a blue inflatable kiddie pool were ordered from Amazon. On July 7th, a burn cage was also purchased through Amazon. Prosecutors allege these items were bought under the name Victoria Mendez, which they claim was a false identity used to avoid detection. According to court filings, the blue inflatable pool was placed inside the garage. Prosecutors allege it was used to contain biological evidence during the dismemberment process. That claim is part of the formal charges and will be litigated at trial. The prosecution's timeline paints a picture of methodical actions taken over weeks, not hours. Each purchase, they argue, supports the theory that this was not spontaneous but calculated. The defense has not yet presented its full case, and David remains presumed innocent until proven guilty in court. But the evidence outlined in the charging documents is what prosecutors say they will rely on to argue intent, planning, and concealment. Prosecutors allege the chainsaws were used to dismember Celeste's body. When forensic specialists examined the remains, they reportedly discovered small blue plastic fragments. According to court filings, those fragments were consistent with the material from the inflatable kiddie pool that had been delivered to David's residence. And then there is the burn cage. Steve Fisher, a private investigator hired by the owner of the Hollywood Hills rental property, later spoke publicly about what he observed. He stated that the burn cage, capable of reaching temperatures up to 1,600 degrees, was found still sealed in its original box. It had not been assembled or used. The chainsaw, he claimed, was also recovered with its protective sheath still in place. Fisher's conclusion was direct. In his view, whatever plan may have existed did not unfold the way it was allegedly intended. He suggested the body was not meant to remain inside the Tesla Model Y parked on Bluebird Avenue, something he implied disrupted the plan. Meanwhile, prosecutors say people in David's circle began noticing unusual details. Court documents allege that friends and business associates detected a strong odor coming from both his residence and his vehicle. According to the prosecution, David provided explanations that minimized concern. No one alerted authorities at that time. Inside the garage of the rental home, investigators later located blood evidence. DNA analysis, according to court filings, matched those samples to Celeste's genetic profile. Prosecutors argue the physical evidence supports their claim that dismemberment occurred inside that garage, allegedly within the inflatable pool that had been purchased weeks earlier. On July 29th, surveillance footage reportedly captured David driving the Tesla for the final time. Prosecutors say he parked it on Bluebird Avenue just around the corner from his residence and then departed to begin his Withered World tour. From the public's perspective, nothing appeared out of place. He performed shows, met fans, posted on social media, streamed video games, continued building his career. Yet according to prosecutors, during that same period, Celeste's body remained inside the parked vehicle. The Tesla was not towed until September 5th. It was not opened until September 8th. From April 23rd to September 8th, that spans 138 days, nearly 5 months. Throughout that time, prosecutors allege David continued his life as usual. Concert dates proceeded, interviews aired, travel continued across multiple states. The only noticeable difference, critics argue, was that the Tesla was no longer parked at his home. That timeline is what many observers struggle to reconcile. How does someone attend a radio interview the morning after prosecutors allege such an act occurred? How does someone celebrate an album release party within hours of what investigators describe in court filings? Those are questions that will ultimately be weighed in court. The prosecution has presented its narrative. The defense will have its opportunity to challenge it. But the timeline, as laid out in the charging documents, is what continues to leave people searching for answers. How do you show up to your own album release party the next day? How do you step onto a national tour stage and watch thousands of fans sing along to lyrics about heartbreak and destruction? How do you perform under that kind of weight and not visibly crack? Those questions have sparked widespread debate online. Several psychologists who commented publicly on the case noted that the behavioral pattern outlined in the prosecution's timeline reflects traits associated with psychopathy in the clinical sense, not the exaggerated Hollywood version. They referenced characteristics such as reduced guilt response, emotional detachment, and the ability to compartmentalize extreme stress. According to those experts, the prosecution's narrative describes someone who allegedly continued functioning at a high level immediately after a traumatic act. That ability, they argue, can be linked to diminished anxiety and emotional disruption. When that is paired with David's own past statements about intentionally desensitizing himself through repeated exposure to graphic online content, some analysts believe it paints a broader psychological picture. They suggest that if prosecutors' allegations are accurate, the emotional groundwork may have been laid years before April 2025. But beyond the question of why prosecutors say this happened, another question continues to surface. Why did no one step in earlier? Prosecutors did not limit their investigation to David alone. According to court records, 3 separate grand juries were convened. Witness after witness from his inner circle was called to testify. Friends, business associates, family members, individuals who had proximity to him during the timeline in question. David's manager, Robert Morgenroth, who is associated with Mogul Vision, along with executives connected to his label and touring company, testified for multiple days. According to reporting by TMZ, a journalist overheard Morgenroth speaking with his attorney in a courthouse hallway after testifying. In that reported conversation, he allegedly stated that prosecutor Beth Silverman pressed him on why he did not contact law enforcement. According to the outlet, Morgenroth responded by saying, "I feel like I didn't have the responsibility to do that," and indicated he wanted the tour to continue. That statement, if accurately reported, sparked intense backlash online. Critics questioned how maintaining a tour schedule could take priority over serious concerns involving a teenager's safety. Then there is Neo Langston, a streamer and reported close friend of David's, who was also brought into the legal proceedings. Prosecutors sought to understand what members of David's circle may have observed in the months leading up to the arrest. At this stage, these courtroom testimonies are part of the ongoing legal process. No conclusions have been formally reached regarding the responsibility of anyone beyond David himself. All individuals involved are presumed innocent unless proven otherwise. Still, the broader question remains. In a case filled with visible warning signs, public speculation, and repeated reports, how many opportunities existed for someone to step forward sooner? Neo Langston was subpoenaed to testify before the grand jury, but initially failed to appear. According to court records, he traveled to Helena, Montana, where his mother lives. In January 2026, authorities executed a warrant related to his failure to appear. Multiple officers reportedly took him into custody, and he was later extradited back to Los Angeles. He was booked on $60,000 bail and eventually testified before the grand jury in February for approximately 40 minutes. According to reporting from TMZ, Neo answered all questions presented to him and did not invoke his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. Investigators later confirmed that Neo was not inside the vehicle during the Santa Barbara trips and was not directly involved in Celeste's disappearance. After testifying, however, Neo posted statements on social media criticizing David and saying there was more to the story. Observers interpreted that as someone attempting to distance himself from the situation as the legal process intensified. David's immediate family was also drawn into the investigation. His parents and his brother were subpoenaed to testify before the grand jury in January 2026. They challenged those subpoenas in Texas court, arguing that their due process rights were being violated. The challenge was ultimately unsuccessful. During those proceedings, court documents were unsealed, confirming that David was the formal target of a homicide investigation. Following his arrest, his parents issued a public statement through their attorney. They said they were saddened and disappointed by the situation, but stood behind their son and believed he was innocent. They traveled from Texas to Los Angeles to support him during the initial hearings. After formal charges were filed, they released another statement expressing disappointment in the district attorney's decision and reaffirming their full support for David. Meanwhile, Celeste's family issued their first public statement following the arraignment. Through their attorney, Patrick Steinfeld, they described Celeste as a bright and loving teenager who enjoyed singing and dancing. They spoke about family movie nights every Friday and shared how deeply they miss her. Their message was simple: they want justice for Celeste. At the same time, Celeste's family addressed rumors circulating online that they had received money from David or his representatives. Her father publicly denied those claims, stating he had never had any direct contact with David and that neither he nor his family had accepted any payment. As the case continues through the court system, both families remain on opposite sides of a deeply emotional and complex legal battle. David maintains his presumption of innocence, prosecutors continue to build their case, and Celeste's family continues to call for accountability through the justice system. Celeste's attorney described her family as being in indescribable pain. From everything shared publicly, that grief is clear. On April 16, 2026, David Burke was arrested by LAPD at a residence on Marmot Avenue, a property previously owned by Sandra Bullock. 4 days later, on April 20th, the LA County District Attorney's Office formally filed charges. He was charged with first-degree homicide, continuous SA of a minor, and unlawful mutilation of human remains. The charging documents also include special circumstance allegations: homicide of a witness, homicide for financial gain, and lying in wait. Additionally, prosecutors added an enhancement alleging he personally used a dangerous weapon described as a sharp instrument. If convicted on all counts as charged, David faces the possibility of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Prosecutors have not announced whether they will pursue the death penalty. California currently has a moratorium on executions, which further complicates that decision. David pleaded not guilty to all charges. His defense attorney, Blair Burke, one of Los Angeles' most prominent defense lawyers, told the court, "We believe that the actual evidence will show that David Burke did not do what he's accused of." The defense has strongly indicated they intend to challenge the prosecution's timeline and interpretation of the evidence. They pushed for a speedy preliminary hearing, stating they want the evidence to come into open court. That hearing was initially scheduled for May 1st, but was later postponed to May 26th after the defense requested additional time to review discovery materials, and the scale of that discovery is massive. Prosecutors have stated they collected approximately 40 terabytes of evidence. They executed 54 search warrants. According to court filings, investigators obtained wiretap results, subpoenaed records, and testimony from 3 separate grand juries. Authorities examined iCloud data, multiple cell phones, surveillance footage, delivery records, DNA evidence, and extensive forensic analysis. Earlier reports indicated that only a portion of the iCloud data had been fully reviewed at that stage, meaning additional material could still be analyzed and introduced later in proceedings. Beyond the courtroom, the industry response was swift. Interscope Records dropped David in 2025. YouTube demonetized his account in April 2026. Artists including Kaylee Uchis, Lawfaye, and Holly Humberstone removed collaborative tracks with him from streaming platforms. The professional fallout has been immediate and extensive. Now the case moves into its next phase. Prosecutors continue organizing what they describe as an enormous body of digital and forensic evidence. The defense prepares its strategy, and both families remain locked in a legal battle that will ultimately be decided in court. Epic Games issued refunds to Fortnite players who had purchased in-game content featuring David's music. Universal Music Group worked with artists to remove collaborations and distance-affiliated projects. The fallout spread fast across gaming and music. This is only our second major story on this channel, but this one hits differently because the warning signs were not hidden in some locked file. They were public. They were in the lyrics. They were in Discord chats. They were in Twitch comment sections. They were on Reddit threads weeks before authorities discovered the vehicle. Law enforcement had direct contact with David in February 2024. Officers informed him face-to-face that Celeste was a runaway, yet according to prosecutors, communication allegedly continued after that interaction. Court filings claim he later drove to her school and paid another student to deliver a phone so they could stay in contact. Critics argue that multiple checkpoints failed. Riverside County processed 3 separate missing persons reports from the same family within a short span. LAPD conducted a welfare check. David's name had already surfaced in connection to a missing minor. Meanwhile, during one Twitch stream, viewers were making Epstein-related jokes in the chat while Celeste was visible on camera beside him. His manager's reported statement that calling law enforcement was not his responsibility drew sharp public backlash. Observers questioned how an entire professional network, label executives, managers, booking agents, touring staff, could operate around him without escalating concerns. But when we talk about systemic failure, it is broader than just law enforcement. Twitch did not publicly flag or remove a stream where chat messages were openly accusing him of inappropriate conduct in real time. Discord reportedly did not intervene when discussions about the relationship were happening openly within a server populated by teenagers. A major record label signed him, financed a tour, and amplified his music while online users were posting screenshots and raising questions. When enough people look away at the same time, silence can start to function like approval. And at the center of all of this was Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Celeste was born on September 7, 2010 to parents who immigrated from El Salvador. She had 2 older siblings. She attended Lakeland Village School in Lake Elsinore. According to her family's public statements, she loved music. She loved dancing. Friday nights were movie nights at home. She was described as strong-willed and full of energy. Her family has made it clear that beyond the headlines, beyond the courtroom arguments, beyond the online debates, they want people to remember her as more than just a case file. As the legal process continues, the focus will remain on evidence, testimony, and due process, but the larger conversation about accountability across platforms, institutions, and individuals is not going away. Her parents described Celeste as a girl who loved to sing and dance. They said every Friday night was movie night at home. She always told her family she loved them. Those were the small, normal moments that meant everything. Her funeral was held on October 7, 2025, roughly 1 month after her body was discovered. The Lake Elsinore community showed up in large numbers. Friends, classmates, neighbors. People came to stand with her family and honor her life. It was not just a headline to them, it was personal. According to prosecutors, the final confirmed event in her timeline was an Uber ride. She was picked up, dropped off at the home of someone she trusted, and never walked back out. That is the sequence laid out in court documents, and it is what the legal system will now examine in detail. The preliminary hearing is set to begin on May 26th. I will be covering every development, every motion, every major moment in that courtroom, regardless of how difficult or controversial the coverage becomes. If you want updates as this case unfolds, make sure you are subscribed. Drop your thoughts in the comments, keep the discussion respectful, share this video so more people can stay informed, and I will see you in the next one.
The details are disturbing here is truly an understatement. Prosecutors claim in this filing that David even bought a burn cage to incinerate evidence.
Evidence they plan to present in court, proof he bought 2 chainsaws, body bags, and other tools to kill her, even using a blue plastic pool to conceal any blood that might spill onto his floor. However, they claim to have found Rivas Hernandez's DNA in his garage.
Now that David is officially wrapped up in this case, things are still shifting fast. From the very beginning, this story has been clouded with confusion and mixed signals. At first, nobody really knew what happened. Details were unclear, timelines were messy, and people were left guessing. But now new information is coming out almost daily, and each update seems heavier than the last. The latest reveal about what prosecutors say was found on David's phone has taken the situation to another level.
And on that cell phone, they would exchange sexually explicit images, talk about pregnancy, abortions, Plan B, birth control.
Blue plastic fragments were found in Celeste's wounds. Well, now we are learning from prosecutors that an expert was able to make a physical fit match from those blue fragments to that blue inflatable pool David allegedly had at his home.
So what exactly did they claim they uncovered? This is where the case moves into even darker territory. To bring everyone up to speed, prosecutors allege that David invited Celeste Rivas Hernandez to his home in April 2025. According to investigators, that was the last confirmed time she was seen alive. That single detail already raised serious red flags. Prosecutors also allege there was an inappropriate relationship between David and Celeste that began when she was younger and continued over time. They claim he had recurring access to her.
I didn't kill her physically, but in the back of my mind, she died.
Court filings allege that Burke killed the teen because she threatened to expose their sexual relationship.
I was like, wait, I might be onto something, bro. So I dropped it right after that.
Which investigators argue made the situation more concerning. According to their account, everything escalated on April 23rd, 2025. They allege Celeste threatened to expose what had been happening. Prosecutors believe that confrontation may have led to the events that followed, ultimately ending in her end. Investigators further allege that there were efforts to hide what happened.
Met Celeste Rivas Hernandez when she was 11 years old, and they started a sexual relationship in 2023 when she was 13. He was 18. She threatened to expose their relationship and destroy his career. It's alleged that she came to his Hollywood Hills home on April 23rd, where he her multiple times, including cutting off 2 of her fingers because one of them had a tattoo of his name on it.
Months later, in September 2025, Celeste's remains were discovered inside a Tesla registered to David. That discovery shifted the case dramatically and intensified public attention. Since then, David has pleaded not guilty. His legal team is pushing to move forward to trial as soon as possible, signaling they are prepared to challenge the prosecution's claims head on. There have already been several key developments, including the release of autopsy results. Those findings provided more clarity about how Celeste passed.
Her parents took away her cell phone. That's when the prosecution claims he gave a kid in junior high $1,000 to give the victim a cell phone that he purchased so they could keep communicating,
giving the public a clearer understanding of the physical evidence involved. Even so, this newest update about digital evidence is drawing just as much focus, if not more. During a recent court hearing, prosecutor Beth Silverman explained that investigators obtained search warrants for David's phone as well as his cloud storage accounts. Law enforcement then reviewed the digital data collected from those sources. According to prosecutors, what they discovered:
David has pled not guilty, and his lawyers have said in the past they will vigorously defend David's innocence. Burke's defense will most likely argue that Celeste accidentally from an overdose, and Burke panicked, cutting up and hiding her body.
Was deeply troubling. They allege that a significant amount of child sexual abuse material, commonly referred to as CSAM, was found within that data. That claim adds another serious charge to an already complex case. Digital evidence can carry major weight in court, especially when prosecutors argue it shows patterns of behavior. At this stage, these are still allegations, and the defense is expected to push back hard against every claim. But as more information continues to surface,
40 terabytes? in order to obtain.
The legal battle ahead is shaping up to be intense and closely watched. It's important to be clear that these are allegations made by prosecutors, and the investigation is still ongoing. Not all of the digital data has been fully reviewed yet, and that matters. At this stage, what's being discussed in court is what prosecutors claim they found, not a final judgment. According to them, David was allegedly in possession of CSAM discovered on his phone and in his iCloud storage. Reports say this information surfaced after investigators executed search warrants on his electronic devices. That's when authorities claimed they uncovered the material in question. From that point on, the tone of the case noticeably shifted. Prosecutors are now signaling that they are prepared to lay out what they describe as the totality of the evidence against David, and they appear confident in the volume of material they've gathered.
This stuff was so gruesome, even Moist Critical changed his shirt.
And thus the prosecution alleges that the motive was David wanting to save his career, because if that information got out, it would damage his blossoming career. So in order to try and save that, he killed her.
When the charges were first announced, prosecutors stated they had approximately 40 terabytes of evidence connected to the case. That number alone is staggering. To break it down, 40 terabytes equals about 40,000 gigabytes of data. That is an enormous amount of digital information to collect, organize, and review. It suggests this case is built on a massive pool of files, records, and forensic data. One key question still hanging in the air is whether that 40 terabytes includes everything allegedly found on David's phone and cloud accounts, or if the phone evidence is being counted separately. So far, prosecutors have not clearly explained that detail. That lack of clarity leaves room for speculation, but what they have emphasized is the scale of what they're dealing with. They've also made it clear that presenting this evidence in court will not be quick or simple. The sheer size of the data means it requires time to sort through properly. On top of that, prosecutors say some of the alleged material is highly sensitive and requires careful handling before it can be introduced in court.
You think David did it?
Do I think he's a murderer?
Yeah.
Can't rule him out.
No way. I don't think it's him because he's been on tour.
I think it's like almost obviously not him. But what's weird is that Crocs dropped him.
Nah, I'm saving this. Let me save this. I might download videos.
That adds another layer of complexity. In other words, this isn't something that can be rushed. Between the volume of digital evidence and the sensitive nature of certain files, the legal process is likely to move step by step. All signs suggest that what the public has heard so far may only be the beginning of what could surface as this case moves forward. When it comes to the evidence in this case, a lot of people are asking what it actually includes. The truth is, we don't have full descriptions of every single item, and because of the nature of what's being alleged, many of those details are not being publicly laid out. What has been said so far makes it clear that some of the material investigators claim to have found is deeply disturbing. Even without specifics, the seriousness of those allegations speaks for itself. Based on statements made in court, this is not just about one device or one file. Prosecutors say the evidence includes data pulled from David's phone, his iCloud storage accounts, and items collected through multiple search warrants. On top of that, there is forensic material tied directly to the broader investigation. When they refer to the totality of the evidence, they're talking about everything combined. His alleged digital footprint along with physical and forensic findings gathered throughout the process. During the recent hearing, David appeared in court wearing an orange jumpsuit. While no official photographs were released, courtroom sketches were made public. In those sketches, he appears calm and composed, showing little visible emotion. That kind of demeanor can mean different things. It could be part of a legal strategy, a conscious decision about how to present himself in front of a judge and jury, or simply the way he processes stress. Body language in a courtroom always draws attention, especially in a case this serious. Another detail that stands out is how different his life reportedly looked before the arrest. According to individuals familiar with the area where he was living, there were gatherings and parties happening at the residence. Neighbors described activity that suggested a social, active environment.
You're the next David. He's really the next David, bro. I mean, David's killing it.
To go from that kind of lifestyle to sitting in court facing major criminal charges is a drastic shift. It highlights how quickly circumstances can change. when legal trouble enters the picture. As this case continues to unfold, the focus remains on the evidence prosecutors say they have collected and how it will ultimately be presented in court. The full scope of that material and how it will be interpreted will likely play a central role in what happens next. And when it comes to David's legal team, they're moving in a very calculated way. As mentioned earlier, they are pushing for prosecutors to present their evidence as soon as possible. They've even exercised his right to speed up the legal process, essentially asking the court to fast track the preliminary phase. Instead of letting this stretch out for months behind closed doors, they want a quicker determination on whether there's enough evidence for the case to move forward to a full trial. That kind of move is not something you see every day in a case this serious.
According to prosecutors, text messages revealed the two had an argument on April 22nd of last year.
Normally, defense teams take their time, carefully reviewing every document and every file before pushing for court dates. Here, the strategy seems different. By accelerating the process, they are signaling confidence. The big question is why. Some legal analysts believe the defense may feel prosecutors do not have evidence as strong as they are suggesting. In other words, they might believe that once everything is placed under scrutiny in open court, weaknesses could show. That is one possible interpretation. Of course, that is speculation from outside observers, not confirmed fact. Still, it explains why the defense would choose to move quickly rather than delay. As of now, a hearing has been scheduled for next week. During that session, prosecutors are expected to begin outlining their evidence publicly. That moment could be pivotal. For the first time, the court and the public may get a clearer look at what investigators actually gathered and how.
The memo says Rivas Hernandez's remains may have been in the singer's Tesla for months and says visitors to his home asked about the smell.
Prosecutors plan to frame their case. It will likely set the tone for everything that follows. At this stage, the full scope of the alleged digital material has not been detailed publicly. There has also been no official statement confirming whether Celeste is connected to any of the files prosecutors claim to have found. That distinction is important. Without clear confirmation, assumptions can spread quickly, especially in a case involving the passing of a girl. Cases like this tend to shape public opinion fast. When someone is already facing accusations of this magnitude, additional allegations can heavily influence how people interpret the situation. Whether fair or not, many people naturally connect separate claims into one larger narrative. So when prosecutors allege they discovered material of this nature on his devices, that information alone can shift perception dramatically. At the same time, it's critical to remember that
the brief also claims Burke stabbed Celeste several times and watched her bleed to death.
These are still claims being made in court. The defense has not accepted those allegations, and the legal process exists to examine evidence carefully before conclusions are reached. What happens at the upcoming hearing may provide more clarity on how strong each side's position truly is. There's another angle to this situation that's been on my mind, and not many people seem to be talking about it. In cases involving alleged child exploitation material, investigations can sometimes uncover broader networks or additional layers. Now, to be absolutely clear, there has been no confirmation in this case that suggests anyone else was involved. But when prosecutors claim material like this existed, it naturally raises questions about how it allegedly came to exist and whether there are aspects investigators have not yet revealed. That is not an accusation toward anyone else. It's simply acknowledging that cases involving digital evidence can be complex. Files can move across platforms, devices, and accounts. Digital trails can involve multiple access points. When prosecutors describe reviewing massive amounts of data.
And after she arrived at his Hollywood home, her phone went silent permanently. The memo says Burke sent late-night text messages to Rivas Hernandez's phone asking where she was in an attempt to cover up the
It signals how layered these situations can become. It's also important to consider who David was before these allegations surfaced. He was not described as an unknown artist trying to break through. He had major streaming numbers, significant online visibility, and a lifestyle that reportedly included a steady flow of friends, collaborators, and associates. Early reports indicated that multiple people had access to properties where he stayed, and in some cases, access to vehicles connected to him. That kind of environment naturally creates more moving parts. Again, there is no official statement suggesting that anyone else played a role in the alleged crimes, but when you look at the bigger picture, it does make observers think about the surrounding environment. Who was present? Who had access? What, if anything, might have been visible to others? Those questions often arise in high-profile cases, even when investigators have not named additional suspects.
Okay, so pay attention to this one. This is a photo of Celeste and David, proof that romantic homicide was uploaded on her birthday.
Another difficult issue this case brings up is how alleged behavior like this can remain hidden for extended periods. If the prosecution's claims are accurate, it forces a larger conversation about how exploitation can go undetected. That concern becomes even more serious when the accused is someone with public visibility, influence, and resources. Public figures often have layers of privacy and protection around them, which can complicate oversight. Beyond the courtroom, situations like this highlight the broader vulnerability of children in digital spaces. Technology has created environments where communication and content can be shared quickly and quietly. That reality underscores the importance of awareness and supervision in general, especially for families navigating online platforms. At the same time, it remains crucial to separate confirmed facts from speculation. As of now, the only formal claims are those presented by prosecutors in court. Whether those claims hold up under legal scrutiny will ultimately be determined through the judicial process. Until then, the focus stays on what can be proven rather than what can be assumed. This is especially important to talk about right now because situations like this are not as distant as some people assume. It is easy to think these cases are rare or isolated, but the truth is, issues involving online exploitation and illegal material have become a serious global concern. That is why there are systems in place today designed to detect and report suspicious activity. For example, major social media platforms and technology companies often work alongside law enforcement agencies. They use monitoring systems and reporting tools to flag potentially illegal content. When something is detected, it can be reported to authorities, which may then launch further investigations. Without those systems, many harmful situations might never be uncovered. That cooperation plays a key role in identifying and preventing abuse. At the same time, this issue goes beyond one individual case. It is not limited to one person, one celebrity, or one headline. It can affect families, friends, and communities.
All ordered under a fake name.
It can impact people who never expect to be close to something like this. That is what makes conversations like this difficult but necessary. The discomfort does not erase the reality that these problems exist. It is also important to keep the facts straight. Everything being discussed in relation to David is based on allegations presented by prosecutors. None of it has been proven in court. The legal process is still unfolding, and evidence must be examined carefully before conclusions are reached. Speaking generally about the broader issue does not mean assuming guilt in any specific case. Still, discussions like this highlight how serious the topic is in today's world. Whether this particular case results in convictions or not, the underlying issue of child exploitation remains real. It requires vigilance, awareness, and responsible action from institutions and individuals alike. It is understandable that many people feel uneasy talking about it. These are not light topics, they are disturbing and emotionally heavy, but avoiding the conversation does not make the issue disappear. Sometimes covering every angle of a case means addressing the parts that are uncomfortable to confront. Ultimately, what this aspect of the story highlights is the need for awareness and accountability. The allegations themselves are serious. The broader issue behind them is serious as well. And regardless of how this case unfolds, it reinforces why matters involving child safety and digital responsibility must always be treated with the utmost seriousness. None of what we're talking about here is some rare, far-off issue that only happens in headlines. Situations like this can affect everyday people, families, and communities. It is not distant. It is not something that only exists in another world. That is what makes this conversation heavy but necessary. It forces people to look at something most would rather avoid, yet pretending it does not exist does nothing to fix it. As uncomfortable as it is, discussions like this serve as reminders of what is happening in the real world. Ignoring serious issues does not make them disappear. At the same time, there are more tools and more awareness today than ever before. Organizations, tech platforms, and advocacy groups are working to expose and prevent exploitation. More people are speaking up. More systems are in place to detect harmful behavior. That progress matters because without it, many cases would never come to light. When it comes to this specific situation, prosecutors are claiming they found illegal material on David's phone and cloud accounts. Those are serious allegations. At the same time, they are still allegations. Nothing has been proven in court. The legal process will determine what is fact and what is not. There is also the hope that none of these claims are connected in any way to Celeste. The loss of a girl is already heartbreaking. Any additional confirmed connection would make the situation even more devastating. That is why clarity in court is so important. Speculation does not help anyone. Evidence and due process do. For now, all we can do is wait for the upcoming hearings and see what prosecutors actually present. The truth will come out through the legal system, not through assumptions. If you've made it this far, I want to hear your thoughts. Drop a comment below and let me know what you think about everything unfolding in this case. If you found this breakdown helpful, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share it so more people can stay informed. I'll see you in the next one.
Celeste, a 14-year-old at that time, went to Mr. Burke's house in the Hollywood Hills. She was never heard from again.
During the course of our investigation, detectives learned that she had been involved in a sexual relationship with Mr. Burke when she was a minor and he was an adult.
The details of the allegations that have made, particularly with that special circumstance, will be produced in court.
By now, most people have heard at least part of the story. Pop singer David, known as D4vd, was arrested in connection with the homicide of Celeste Ribas Hernandez. But what has surfaced since that first headline has shifted the entire narrative. The motive, the timeline, and the events from the last night she was reportedly seen alive are now under intense scrutiny. Authorities say Celeste went to David's home in the Hollywood Hills, and after that night, she was never seen again.
David Burke, also known as the musician David, dressed in a black sweatshirt, stood behind a glass partition as his attorney entered his plea of not guilty.
We believe the actual evidence will show David Burke did not murder Celeste.
Investigators later made a disturbing discovery. Inside a vehicle registered to the singer, they found human remains in the front trunk. At the time, those remains were unidentified and had reportedly been there for months. When officials confirmed the identity, it was Celeste Ribas Hernandez from Riverside County, California. She had originally been reported missing in April 2024, and her family had been searching ever since. Celeste disappeared from Lake Elsinore that same month.
And breaking news tonight in the murder case against the singer David. NBC News has obtained some court documents laying out some of the prosecution's allegations against him, including cutting up the body of 14-year-old Celeste Ribas Hernandez with a chainsaw.
Her family organized search efforts, passed out flyers, and shared her photos across social media, asking anyone with information to come forward. Lake Elsinore is about 70 miles outside of Los Angeles, but the search quickly stretched beyond city limits. Her loved ones were holding on to hope, believing she would walk back through the door. Celeste was a 7th grader. Authorities noted that she had left home before and later returned, but this time was different. After leaving again, she never came back. Months passed with no confirmed sightings and no clear answers.
And they continued, and prosecutors actually say they have photos, text messages that talk about the sexual relationship, abortions, Plan B. So there are a lot of details that they found in the text messages.
Then in September 2025, the case took a heartbreaking turn. Officials announced that Celeste was no longer a missing person. She had been unalived. While her family was still trying to process that reality, investigators acted quickly. Within 48 hours of officially identifying Celeste, law enforcement executed a search warrant overnight at a home in the Hollywood Hills where David, also known as D4vd, had been living. That move marked a major escalation in the investigation. From that point on, the case began to unfold in a more serious way. For the public, information was limited. Details were tightly controlled, and speculation spread across social media.
She then at some point is reported missing by her parents, and they see that she's talking to David. And so investigators call David and tell him she's missing and she's a minor. And he says, oh, I didn't know she was a minor. They go to his house. He again says, I didn't know she was a minor. She shows up 2 days later after she goes missing. And so they continue dating. They travel together. They go to Vegas. They go to Texas together. And at some point, they break up. But investigators say they still kept that sexual relationship. And then it's April of 2025. They have this big blow up.
Questions continued to grow as people waited for official confirmation. Then came another major development. David was arrested in connection with the case. The news traveled fast and sparked intense online discussion. Now the situation is becoming clearer. David is facing a first-degree charge. His mugshot has been released, putting a face to the accusations. What began as a missing person case has turned into a criminal prosecution, and the legal process is now moving forward. Investigators have now outlined what they believe was the motive, along with a detailed timeline and the evidence they say supports the charge. When everything is placed in order, the case takes on a much more serious tone.
They also say they have a lot of his Amazon purchases, which were made under another name, but were delivered to his home. Among those purchases are a chainsaw, an inflatable pool, a body bag, and laundry bags that were heavy duty. They also actually have his Postmates order, which was a Home Depot order. He got a shovel and via Postmates. So they have all of this that was delivered to his house. Investigators also say that on Celeste's body, they found pieces of that plastic inflatable pool.
To understand how it reached this point, we have to go back to around April 23rd, 2025. According to authorities, that is when David invited Celeste to his home in the Hollywood Hills. Officials state that Celeste arrived at the residence, and this was the last confirmed time she was seen alive. For months, there had been speculation online about the nature of David's connection to her. Now investigators are presenting formal allegations. They claim there was inappropriate contact between an adult and a young teenager. Prosecutors allege that this contact began when Celeste was under the age of 14. According to the criminal complaint, investigators also state that Celeste had at one point stayed at David's residence. In their words, he had ongoing access to her. Authorities are using that detail to argue that this was not a brief or distant interaction.
To see all of the evidence before you do an actual hearing. So what they did was they're going to have a pre-conference on May 12th, and they state that the preliminary hearing will happen on May 26th. But again, I have a feeling that preliminary hearing will be delayed further because I don't think it's possible for all of the evidence to come in.
But something they believe continued over a period of time. When it comes to the final night Celeste was alive, investigators describe that moment as a turning point. According to the complaint, Celeste allegedly confronted David and threatened to reveal details about their connection. Prosecutors claim that this included information about when the alleged contact first began. Authorities argue that David would have understood the potential impact such claims could have on his personal life and career. At the time, David's music career was gaining momentum. Just 2 days earlier, he had announced a global tour that was expected to take him to multiple countries. Investigators believe that timing plays a key role in their theory of motive. They argue that once Celeste became someone who could publicly speak about the alleged situation, tensions escalated. What authorities say happened next is now central to the case.
In a new court brief, prosecutors allege David, born David Anthony Burke, met Celeste when she was 11 and began sexually abusing her when she was 13. They claim they have explicit photos of the two documenting their relationship. According to the filing, prosecutors believe Celeste was upset about his relationship with other women, threatened to disclose their relationship to end his career and destroy his life.
Prosecutors claim that after the alleged confrontation, the situation took a serious turn. Those events, according to investigators, are what led to the first-degree homicide charge now filed against David. According to investigators, the events did not end on the night Celeste was last seen. Authorities allege that on or about May 5, 2025, her remains were further altered. Prosecutors claim her remains were later placed inside a vehicle connected to David. That same vehicle was eventually located at an impound lot in Los Angeles in September 2025, where the remains were discovered after reportedly sitting there for months. Investigators say the physical evidence recovered from the vehicle is a key part of what ties David to the case. They argue that what was found, along with other forensic details, supports the timeline they have presented. While not all evidence has been made public, prosecutors maintain that it directly connects him to what happened to Celeste.
The documents claim David ordered Celeste a car to his home on April 23, 2025, and the two texted until she arrived at 10:10 p.m. Prosecutors say he texted her at 10:30 asking where she was. The brief alleges that was a premeditated plan to cover up her murder, since they claim she was already dead.
The criminal complaint also lists what are called special circumstances, and these significantly raise the stakes of the case. One of those is homicide for financial gain. Another is the homicide of a witness, with Celeste identified by prosecutors as that alleged witness. A third special circumstance is lying in wait. In legal terms, that phrase has a specific meaning. It refers to an act that prosecutors believe was carried out with planning, concealment, and an element of surprise. The complaint further alleges that David personally used a fatal weapon, described as a sharp instrument. In simple terms, prosecutors claim a sharp object was used in the unaliving.
One of the things that stood out is the prosecution laying out their theory of the motive, essentially saying that the victim here was going to expose David Burke.
That allegation, combined with the special circumstances, adds weight to the charge. The lying in wait claim is especially important in court. It is not just about the outcome, but about the method prosecutors believe was used. Legally, it suggests that someone waited, watched, and then acted in a deliberate way. If proven, it can show intent and preparation rather than a spontaneous act. Authorities are building their argument around the idea that this was not random. They allege there was planning and concealment involved. If prosecutors are able to prove those special circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt, it could greatly increase the potential penalties. To understand how investigators believe this situation developed, they have also pointed back to earlier interactions between David and Celeste, dating as far back as 2023.
David pleaded not guilty to charges including first-degree murder with special circumstances.
That earlier timeline, according to authorities, is central to how the case unfolded. According to authorities, this situation had been developing long before the final night. Investigators allege that David and Celeste were already involved behind the scenes while she was still under the age of 14. The full scope of that alleged involvement has not been completely detailed in public records, but prosecutors claim it was not brief or isolated. The criminal complaint states that between September 7, 2023 and September 7, 2024, David was reportedly involved with Celeste during that period. Prosecutors describe it as ongoing rather than a single incident. They argue that the contact continued over an extended stretch of time, which is a major part of how they are framing the case. It is also during that time frame that investigators say Celeste had at one point been living under the same roof as David. Authorities highlight this detail to show what they describe as direct and recurring access. From their perspective, that access is central to understanding how the alleged situation developed. One part of the complaint that still raises questions is the claim involving the homicide of a witness. Prosecutors have listed Celeste as that alleged witness, but they have not fully explained in public filings what specific event or information they believe she was a witness to. That piece of the case has not yet been clearly laid out in detail. What has been alleged so far is that on the final night, Celeste threatened to reveal information about the situation. Prosecutors argue that this alleged confrontation is key to their theory. However, exactly how the witness allegation connects legally is something that may become clearer as more information is released in court. As it stands, authorities are presenting a timeline that includes an alleged ongoing situation, shared living arrangements at one point, and what they describe as recurring access. They claim that when Celeste confronted David and allegedly threatened to expose details, tensions escalated. From there, prosecutors allege the events unfolded in a way that ultimately led to the first-degree homicide charge now at the center of this case. One of the biggest questions people keep asking is simple. Why did this take so long? Why did it take authorities this much time to make an arrest? According to investigators, a major reason comes down to the condition of Celeste's remains. Officials say that because a significant amount of time had passed between her passing and when she was discovered, it complicated the medical examiner's work. Determining a precise cause of passing was not immediate, and that delay slowed everything down. Authorities also explain that with time comes deterioration. They say some physical evidence may have degraded or been lost entirely due to the gap between the alleged crime and the discovery. That meant forensic teams had to work carefully, double-check findings, and avoid rushing to conclusions. In a case this serious, they needed certainty before moving forward. On top of the forensic challenges, investigators were also facing a wave of misinformation online. When the story first became public, social media exploded. Rumors spread fast, and much of it was not accurate. Even some major media platforms reported details before they were fully confirmed. Law enforcement says they had to separate fact from fiction while continuing their investigation, which added another layer of difficulties. Sorting through false tips, online speculation, and conflicting narratives takes time. Authorities had to verify each credible lead and disregard the noise. According to officials, that process slowed the timeline, but was necessary to build a solid case. Another key factor, investigators say, is the absence of a direct eyewitness. No one has publicly come forward claiming they saw what happened to Celeste. There is also no publicly released footage that directly shows the alleged act taking place. Without those elements, authorities say they had to rely heavily on detailed investigative work. That meant combing through digital records, analyzing forensic data, reviewing communications, and speaking with multiple witnesses. Officials admit that not every individual they contacted was cooperative. That too can stretch an investigation. Before filing charges, prosecutors wanted what they describe as the strongest possible foundation based on the evidence collected. So what makes them confident now? According to authorities, it comes down to the totality of the evidence. They claim to have gathered a combination of physical, forensic, and digital material that they believe supports the charge. Investigators say the volume of data collected exceeds 40 terabytes, not gigabytes, but terabytes. That scale, they argue, reflects just how extensive this investigation has been. Based on everything investigators say they've collected, they believe they can prove their case against David beyond a reasonable doubt. That's a strong statement, and it shows how confident prosecutors are in what they've built so far. At the same time, David's legal team is not backing down. They are pushing to move the process forward quickly and have requested a preliminary hearing within the next 10 days. Right now, the public still hasn't seen the full breakdown of the evidence. We don't know every detail, every file, or every piece prosecutors plan to present in court. And anyone claiming they already have access to all of it is not being honest. That information will come out through the legal process. What we do know is that the picture being painted by authorities is serious, and the case appears deeper and more complex than many first realize. But through all the legal talk, motions, and courtroom strategy, one fact stays the same. A young girl lost her life. Celeste was a minor with her whole future ahead of her. Whatever the final outcome in court may be, that reality cannot get lost in headlines, rumors, or online debates. This situation is tragic at its core. They rely on adults to protect them. They are not equipped to fully understand complicated or harmful situations. That responsibility falls on the grown people around them. Cases like this are painful reminders of why protection, awareness, and accountability matter so much. As this case moves forward, more details will likely come to light. Until then, the focus should remain on the seriousness of what is being alleged and the life that was lost. If you've been following this case, share your thoughts respectfully in the comments. Make sure to like this video, subscribe to the channel for updates as more information comes out, and share this with anyone who wants the facts laid out clearly. I'll see you in the next one.
And he's like, did they arrest anybody else? And I was like, no. And he's like, so why the fuck did he buy two? And I'm like, I don't know. He's like, no, somebody had to help him because you would never need two chainsaws. My dad is a mechanic. He's been a mechanic his entire life. He's been a mechanic longer than he's been my father. I'm 25. He was a mechanic before I was born. He's worked on countless things. Anything that has a chain or a motor, he's worked on it. That's trucks, cars.
We have some very disturbing updates in the David case, and as the court proceedings continue, more serious details are coming out. Testimony has revealed what allegedly happened in the final moments of the attack, and it's deeply unsettling. TikTok has now banned David's account, and an old clip of him laughing about a strange smell inside his house has resurfaced. That clip alone has people looking at everything in a completely different way. I'm skipping any kind of upbeat intro out of respect for the victim, Celeste Rivas. This situation is tragic and real.
Tools, chainsaws, but he also likes stuff like crime and things in the news and UFOs, you know, that shit. And so I regularly keep him updated on this that's going on with David and that whole case. And so yesterday, me and him are talking, and I'm like telling him, yeah, they found this and that and whatever. And so as I'm talking with him about all the things he bought, I'm like, yeah, he bought two chainsaws, this and that and that, and he stops me. And he's like,
it doesn't need extra hype or jokes. So let's get straight into it. As most of you know, this case first shocked everyone when a body was found in the back of David's car. Authorities later identified the victim as Celeste Rivas. From that moment on, more information has continued to surface, and we now have a clearer understanding of how she tragically lost her life. I also need to be careful with certain wording. Every time specific terms are used, videos can get restricted or removed. That's not about being insensitive, it's about making sure these updates stay available so people can stay informed.
why do you buy two? And I'm like, I don't know. And I was like, maybe because like one of them would break, you know, or maybe one of them's faulty. And he looks at me, he's like, no, they don't break that easily. And he's like, did they arrest anybody else? And I was like, no. And he's like, so why the fuck buy two? And I'm like, I don't know. He's like, nah, somebody had to help him because you would never need two chainsaws. Those things are powerful and, you know.
Covering cases like this online comes with those limitations. When the news first broke, it went viral almost instantly because no one expected it. A lot of fans were in shock and went straight into denial. Some were saying, no, it wasn't David, he was framed, it was someone else, it couldn't have been David, he's so sweet and funny, and of course, his music is good. That was the tone online in the early days. Others added, maybe he was framed, maybe someone else did it.
And then yesterday, I'm on TikTok, and I come across a TMZ video of David talking about the smell in his bathroom, how it stinks or whatever. And it was a few days after Celeste had been murdered. And as he's saying it, his friend Neo, who I should mention was arrested before David, he was the first arrest in the case, is like looking at him in a weird way, and he's silent, he's not laughing like everybody else in the room is.
At that time, there wasn't much confirmed information, so people filled in the gaps with speculation. But now the situation looks very different. Based on what has been discussed publicly in court and through official updates, the narrative of him being framed is becoming harder to defend. The details being presented are serious and disturbing. They paint a picture that is difficult to ignore. At this stage, continuing to deny what is being laid out publicly doesn't look supportive. It looks disconnected from reality.
David was going to burn Celeste's body. She was never supposed to be found in the car. And the reason we now know this or are speculating this is because information just came out that under a fake name, David had bought an incinerator and a chainsaw to the house that he was staying at, the one that Celeste was also seen at. And crazy purchases aside, you cannot legally buy an incinerator as a civilian. Like, you have to have a reason. You have to have papers.
Nobody wants to be the person refusing to acknowledge what is right in front of them. This case is heartbreaking and disturbing, and as more facts come out, it becomes harder to process just how dark this situation really is. So let's break down these updates one by one. First, his TikTok account has officially been banned. If you search his name now, the main account with millions of followers does not show up. Only an alternate account appears. That means the TikToks being shown right now are unlikely to be found on his original page again unless someone re-uploaded them somewhere else or he somehow gets the account restored in the future.
Like, people that like do yard work, companies have papers for that. You know, morgues have incinerators, they have papers for that. That makes sense. He just had it. Tells you what you need to know. And my personal working theory is that he intended to dismember her and put her in the incinerator, because an incinerator can get about 16,000 degrees, capable of burning bones. That's how you know when your loved one dies and you get the ashes back. That's what it is.
Right now, though, it looks like that chapter on TikTok is shut down. There's also been a huge debate online about whether his Spotify should face the same consequences. Some people are calling for his music to be removed completely. Others argue that it becomes a free speech issue and that streaming platforms shouldn't step in unless there's a legal reason. It's been a serious back and forth. As of now, Spotify has kept his account active, and because of all the attention around this case, his streaming numbers have actually increased. That's the part that really makes people uncomfortable. Some listeners are tuning in casually, seemingly ignoring what's happened.
And I think, again, personal and alleged, I think while David was on tour, he was supposed to have someone, I think Neo, alleged, was supposed to move the car around so that the decomposing would not, you know, attract people because of the smell. And I think Neo, allegedly, sneaked out. He was like, I don't want to be part of this. He chickened out, and he's like, and so the car stayed there, and then it got towed to the lot, and then that's where the smell came from, and that's how we found Celeste there. I firmly believed that he basically was trying to have somebody move the car around, and then when he got back on tour, he was going to burn her.
While others are digging through the lyrics, trying to see if there were warning signs hidden in plain sight. Now let's move to the next major update, and this one is heavier. New information discussed in court suggests that David allegedly purchased a chainsaw and an incinerator before everything unfolded. That detail alone has caused widespread speculation about what he may have been planning and whether there was an attempt to destroy evidence. Those purchases are now a central focus in the courtroom conversations. As for motive, prosecutors are reportedly arguing that he acted out of fear and self-preservation. It has been alleged that Celeste had threatened to expose an inappropriate relationship, one that should never have happened given her age. To be clear, these claims are part of what is being argued in court and have not reached a final legal conclusion. However, investigators believe that the possibility of exposure...
D4vd news came out, I was like, what? I used to listen to his music. I've seen this guy collab with some of my friends. He did what? To who? How old? Literally just in shock. And I was like, you know what? There's no way this shit gets worse. It got worse. New reports say that they have 40 terabytes of footage against him. 40 terabytes? That shit sounds like something you gotta build a power plant and water cool. Like 40 terabytes is crazy. All the details coming out is sickening. Like I don't even want to repeat it.
Can y'all read the room? It's so disturbing seeing people make memes, add goofy sound effects, using lighthearted music in the background. Honestly concerning. Sensitive about what exactly? About wanting basic respect for a who suffered horrific violence?
May have triggered panic or anger. According to reports, her life was taken through a stabbing. The exact number of wounds has not been publicly confirmed, but it has been described as violent. It's a devastating and painful detail to process. The more that comes out, the more disturbing this case becomes, and the courtroom revelations are painting a picture that is extremely difficult to hear. When we first talked about David on this channel, there were a lot of theories floating around. I even said at the time that maybe this was some twisted attention move because of how obvious certain things looked.
Imagine being her friend or family member opening social media just to see people smiling in cooking videos while casually turning her tragedy into entertainment. Also worries me is young girls seeing content like this and feeling anxious or scared to speak up about their experience because they think people will treat their trauma into a joke too. Imagine already being terrified to come forward, only to see the internet turn a victim's suffering into memes or unserious commentary for views. That kind of environment discourages victims from speaking up and make people feel like their pain will never be taken seriously.
In his lyrics, in that animation that many people believe was meant to represent her, it felt bold and reckless. It came off disturbing and deeply insensitive. There were so many red flags that it almost seemed intentional, like he wanted people to notice. Back then, I questioned whether he left the car out there on purpose, almost like he wanted the shock factor. That was one angle people were considering. But now, with more information coming out, it looks less like a stunt and more like a failed attempt to get away with something.
Okay, so I made a video saying that I think that David got very close to getting let off of this case. And there are people who understand my point, but there are a fair few that don't. So I'm going to just explain more fully because the video is kind of short. Firstly, for everybody saying that it's impossible that someone who did what he did could ever just get away with it and they must have been investigating him and they would have caught him regardless. This little statistic right here, approximately 50% of murders in the US now go unsolved, which is down from what it was. That's still half though.
The tone has shifted. It no longer feels like someone craving attention. It feels like something went wrong in a plan that was never supposed to unravel. Recently, a TikTok went viral where a creator pointed out the chainsaw detail and suggested that someone else may have been involved. That video sparked a whole new wave of speculation. Some people are now wondering whether David allegedly brought someone else into the situation, maybe a friend or someone close to him who knew what was happening. The TikToker suggested that this other person could have backed out at the last minute. That's just speculation right now, but the conversation is growing fast. Adding to that, there's a live stream clip making the rounds again where he jokes about a strange smell in his house. Seeing that clip now hits differently. People are asking whether someone else noticed something, whether someone had suspicions, or whether someone may have even helped without fully understanding the situation. None of this is confirmed, but the questions are stacking up.
So I appreciate the sentiment, but just because people do terrible things and just because he happened to have unalived and did what he did to a young girl does not mean intrinsically he would have gotten arrested for it ever. Secondly, a lot of people are telling me about they have 40 terabytes worth of data on him, and I agree, and it is fantastic that they have all that data. The point I'm making though is not about what they have now. I'm talking about, like, just go back in the past a little. How did they get that data? That 40 terabytes is what they got from the search warrant that they were able to obtain on David's computers.
One detail that really has people talking is the report that he allegedly bought not one, but 2 chainsaws. At first, hearing that he purchased one was already disturbing, but 2 makes it feel calculated in a way that's hard to ignore. He was known to have people around him frequently, friends, collaborators, guests. It doesn't mean everyone knew anything. In fact, many likely had no clue and would have been horrified, but buying 2 has fueled the belief that at least one other person may have been aware of something. Whether that's true or not is still unclear, but the situation keeps getting more complicated. To give a clearer picture of the live stream people keep referencing,
after they found Celeste in his car. The point I am making is that if that car wasn't left out randomly where it was, like in front of his house on the sidewalk where it was illegally parked and could be towed, and I think it was illegally parked, I'm not sure, but the point is the neighbor saw it and it got towed. If they had, let's say, junked the car, which I googled is not an incredibly hard thing to do to get a car like squished, you know, when they push the hydraulic press, they, you know, turn cars into cubes. That's not crazy hard or crazy expensive. If they had destroyed the car, junked the car, gotten rid of it, or even not even, if they even just parked it in their own home or in their garage and not somewhere where the neighbors would be inclined to tow it, it doesn't get towed. If it doesn't get towed, when do they find?
His friends were streaming casually, and you can hear David in the background trying to brush off a bad smell in the house. He says, "Yeah, it kinda stinks. Yeah," and laughs it off like it's nothing. Most of the people in the room chuckled along with him, but viewers noticed that one friend didn't seem amused. That detail has fueled even more speculation online. Some people, including the TikToker mentioned earlier, are now questioning whether that specific friend may have known something, especially since he was later arrested. There is no confirmed proof tying him directly to anything beyond that, but the timing has definitely raised eyebrows. Now there's another update that's honestly just heavy. Since the last video, more evidence has reportedly been presented showing that
the car, and Celeste, which is what got them the search warrant, which started this whole search. That's the point I'm making, is that there's a series of events that led us to this moment that was the cause of kind of a serious oversight from whoever, I guess David or whoever was responsible for moving the Tesla, that it's like if they had done that last and final step, if they had simply just parked the Tesla in the garage, we can't say for certain. Well, we can, I think it's a fair assumption to say they don't find the car, they don't find Celeste, this search warrant gets way harder to get, if they even would get it. Because remember, by the time she was found, she was deceased for months. And despite that, some people say, yes, they already had an ongoing investigation into him, it clearly wasn't that active.
David allegedly possessed illegal material involving minors. That alone is deeply disturbing. It's not something that should ever be minimized or joked about. Naturally, people are talking about it because it's serious. But the way some corners of the internet are reacting has been hard to watch. Instead of treating it with the gravity it deserves, some creators have added goofy sound effects, memes, and sarcastic edits, almost turning it into entertainment. Others have made careless jokes as if this is just another trending topic. That kind of reaction feels disconnected from the real harm involved. I even came across a TikTok that said, "I don't care if David had like all that on his phone, he's so fine, I still want him." It was probably rage bait designed to get attention, and I didn't engage with it. I just blocked the account. Still, the fact that content like that gains traction says a lot about how warped online culture can get. And then there are clips circulating of some men saying things like, "Oh yeah, David's guilty, but Celeste also played a part, like she's guilty too."
Because she was deceased for months and nothing was happening. What caused things to happen and start speeding up was when they got the Tesla and found Celeste in it. That was the major primary catalyst to all of this, and that's something that could have easily not happened. I acknowledge the 40 terabytes of data. I'm glad that they got it. I acknowledge, I'm not sure, I guess, but if there was an investigation ongoing prior, it clearly wasn't that good or that active. Because
that mindset is alarming. There is no situation where a young person is responsible for being exploited or harmed by an adult. Shifting blame onto a victim is not only unfair, it shows a complete lack of understanding about accountability and power dynamics. The way some people are reacting to this case has been almost as disturbing as the updates themselves. That's what some people are actually saying. I want to believe it's just rage bait, but some of these comments don't feel fake. They sound serious. There are people online claiming she somehow tempted him or acted in a way that made him do it. That line of thinking is beyond disturbing. There is no scenario where a young person is responsible for the actions of an adult. That kind of narrative shifts blame away from where it belongs, and it says more about the people making those claims than anything else. Sometimes reading those comments makes you question what is going on in people's heads. Now, moving to the next update, a TikToker recently posted a breakdown with statistics suggesting that David realistically could have gotten away with this. That idea alone is chilling. According to her analysis, cases like this don't always get solved, especially if certain mistakes aren't made. Hearing that puts everything into perspective. It makes you realize how close this could have been to staying hidden.
Court documents in the case of the people of the state of California versus David Anthony Burke revealed this entire situation is much worse than any of us ever thought. Now, I read through the 9-page preliminary brief, so you didn't have to. Let's get into it. So it all started on September 8, 2025, with tow yard employees making a shocking and horrifying discovery. They opened a Tesla that had flies and a strong odor coming from it. Now, a lot of people were like, David probably wasn't even the last person to drive the car, all this stuff. Well, surveillance footage confirmed that David was in fact the last person to drive the vehicle before he left for his tour. Now, the car was parked 400 feet from his home when it was towed. So anyway, they popped the trunk and saw this black cadaver bag that was covered in insects. And when they opened it up, they discovered a severely decomposed head and torso. And in another bag, they found dismembered arms and legs.
Imagine if nothing had gone wrong. Imagine if whatever misstep happened never happened. People might still be streaming his music, going to shows, supporting his career, with no idea what was behind the scenes. I've said before, I don't really listen to his music like that. I may have heard a few songs in the past, but personally, I don't believe you can fully separate the art from the artist in a case this extreme, especially when he literally referenced her in his work. Even if he hadn't, streaming still sends money and support. For me, that's a line I wouldn't cross. What makes this TikTok breakdown so unsettling is the suggestion that he allegedly took steps that indicate he didn't plan on getting caught. With the tools reportedly purchased and the actions discussed in court, it doesn't look like someone expecting to be exposed quickly. So something disrupted that plan. Maybe someone got nervous, maybe someone talked, maybe he simply made a mistake. We don't know yet. But the scariest part is the possibility that if one detail had gone differently, he could have continued his career like nothing happened. That thought alone is enough to send chills down your spine. From what's being discussed, the major slip-up appears to be connected to the car, where it was parked, how it was parked, and the decision to leave Celeste inside it all seemed to be the turning point. That's the moment everything unraveled.
Celeste's pinky finger and ring finger had been cut off, and body identification was done using her dental records because of how badly her body was decomposed. Now, David met Celeste in 2022 when she was only 11 years old, and he began assaulting her when she was 13 and he was 18. She was reported missing in April 2024, and when she was first reported missing, David said that he talked to her in February and claimed that he didn't know that she was a minor, and that was a lie, and a lie that he told multiple times. He even contradicted himself because he showed deputies a yearbook photo that he had of Celeste in his phone. So how do you have a yearbook photo of her, but then you claim that you don't know that she was a minor?
We still don't know why he allegedly chose that method or what his exact thinking was. But once the vehicle was discovered, the entire case cracked open. That's also why some people are speculating that someone else may have been involved. The theory floating around is that maybe a friend panicked, made a mistake, or didn't follow through with whatever plan was in place. None of that is confirmed. It's speculation based on how unusual the situation looks. What is clear, though, is that leaving her in the car led directly to him being caught. Once authorities got involved, they were able to uncover what was on his phone and all the other disturbing evidence that followed. One TikToker pointed out statistics about how often cases like this go unsolved, and the percentage was shockingly high. I wouldn't have guessed it was that high either. Hearing that makes you realize how easily this could have gone another way, especially considering he had money, connections, and influence.
Okay, now Celeste eventually returned home and her parents took her cell phone as a consequence for running away. And despite knowing that she was only years old, David drove to where Celeste lived and paid a middle school student in her class $1,000 to deliver her a phone so he could stay in contact with her. Grown man, by the way. Now, throughout 2024, Celeste spent summer weekends in David's home and traveled with him to Vegas, London, and Texas to meet his family. Yes, the same family that refused to testify. Okay. Now, messages between David and Celeste referenced sex, pregnancy, abortion, and the use of Plan B. And there were also multiple explicit photos of Celeste that corroborated the assault.
That kind of power can complicate investigations. It's unsettling to think about how different this story might have been if that one mistake hadn't happened. I'm relieved that justice is moving forward for Celeste. If he had walked away from this without consequences, that would have been devastating on another level. There's also the disturbing detail that he allegedly kept her inside his home for a period of time. That would explain why he was awkwardly brushing off the smell during that live stream. Most of the people in the room were laughing, possibly out of confusion or discomfort. It's hard to say what they knew, if anything. That's a separate conversation entirely. But imagine being one of those friends and later realizing you were hanging out in that house, eating there, streaming there, completely unaware of what was happening behind closed doors. That's a horrifying thought. And the claim that he didn't know her age doesn't sit right with a lot of people.
Now, prosecutors say that it is likely that Celeste was born April 23rd, 2025, and they know this by piecing a few things together, right? On April 22nd, 2025, David and Celeste had a really bad argument because Celeste was angry that David was sleeping with other women despite telling her that he wanted to be with her and build a life. She became upset and then threatened to expose him for being a predator. Keep in mind that David's first studio album was scheduled to be released on April 25th, 2025, okay? He also had multiple product collabs at this time with brands like Crocs, Hollister, and Fortnite. So on the night of April 23rd, 2025, David sent an Uber to take Celeste from her house to his house. And it was a 90-minute ride, and the two of them stayed in constant communication. And this is where this man might have thought he was some sort of criminal mastermind because he premeditated.
Based on what's been presented publicly, many believe that excuse doesn't line up. The contradictions keep piling up, and it's becoming harder to take those defenses seriously. I guess the whole point of claiming he didn't know her age would be to lessen the consequences, but a lot of people aren't buying that. From what's been presented publicly, it looks obvious to many that he was fully aware. The odds of him not knowing seem extremely slim based on the evidence being discussed. There are messages, timelines, and details that suggest awareness, not confusion. If that's true, then it changes everything. It would mean he understood that if she ever spoke out, his career could collapse overnight. Brand deals gone, streams gone, reputation destroyed, and if someone believes their entire identity and success depend on staying exposed free, that kind of fear can push them into desperate decisions. That's what many believe prosecutors are arguing, that he acted out of panic over losing status and influence. People on social media have reacted in their own blunt way. Bro was so scared of being canceled that he decided to unalive her. It's a harsh way to put it, but it captures how some viewers are interpreting the motive. The idea that someone would allegedly choose violence over accountability is what makes this case so disturbing. There's also ongoing discussion about the number of times she was stabbed. The exact number hasn't been publicly confirmed yet. Streamer Gideon commented that there's a difference between someone committing that act 5 times versus 100 times, arguing that it can reflect intensity, emotion, and state of mind.
Everything which was evident, because despite Celeste being dropped off at his home at 10:10 p.m., he sent a message to her phone at 10:30 p.m. asking where she was. The fact of the matter is that by the time that he sent this text, Celeste was already dead, and the way he killed her and then tried to cover up her murder was horrible. Gruesome. He stabbed several times and stood by while she bled out. And then immediately after that, David drove to Santa Barbara County to dispose of Celeste's belongings and try to destroy all the evidence. And as he was doing this, he sent a text to her phone again asking where she was, despite knowing that she was already dead. Now, the following morning, he did a radio interview about his upcoming album release, and that day he sent 2 more texts to her phone. They went unanswered because, again, she was...
While that's a controversial take, it highlights how people are analyzing every detail to understand what happened psychologically. We don't yet know the confirmed number, but many are waiting for that information because it could provide more context about the nature of the attack. At the same time, it's heartbreaking to even think about. The reality is that this was a violent and terrifying situation. Reports indicate she fought back, which shows strength in her final moments. That detail alone is difficult to process. There's no way to soften how horrific this was. All anyone can hope is that she did not suffer longer than she had to. The more details that come out, the heavier this case feels. There's something about the way he acted that feels like he saw himself as the center of some twisted story. People have described it as main character syndrome. The reported texts after the crime, the tone of them, almost like he thought he was untouchable. Then there's that animated music video where the female character looks clearly inspired by her, portrayed as seducing him, while he's cast as this dark, dramatic villain figure. In the animation, the girl is harmed in a way that many say mirrors what happened to Celeste. That level of symbolism is hard to ignore. It's not just disturbing, it's arrogant. Beyond the alleged crimes, the behavior itself comes off smug and attention-seeking. On one hand, prosecutors say he allegedly took steps to avoid being caught, buying tools, trying to manage digital trails, attempting to control the narrative. On the other hand, he was releasing lyrics and visuals that seem packed with obvious references. That contradiction is what confuses people the most.
Now, he never contacted her again after April 26, 2025, and despite her family asking where she was, he kept lying and saying he did not know. Now, David went to extreme lengths to cover up this murder. To discard her body, David placed her in an inflatable pool to prevent blood from getting on his garage floor and then used a chainsaw to dismember her. Now, there were small blue plastic fragments found embedded in her body, okay? And investigators were able to make a direct match of the fragments to a pool that David purchased through Amazon. And remember how I told you that he cut off her pinky finger and her ring finger? Well, he did that because her ring finger had a tattoo of his name on it, okay? And her fingers were never recovered. Some of the tools that he used to and then try to cover it up were purchased through Amazon and Postmates. He ordered 2 chainsaws, a burn cage, a body bag, heavy-duty laundry bags, and a blue inflatable.
Was he trying to hide or was he taunting the public? Right now, the court is reportedly debating whether his lyrics can be used as evidence. That's always a complicated issue. In past cases, lyrics have been ruled as artistic expression rather than literal confession. Courts sometimes view music as performance, not proof. But critics argue that this situation feels different because he allegedly named a song after her and made references that appear specific, not generic. Whether that argument holds up legally is still undecided. What makes it even stranger is the motive prosecutors are suggesting. If he was truly afraid of being exposed and losing his career, why draw attention to her and his art? Why leave what many see as breadcrumbs? That's the part that doesn't line up cleanly. Fear of cancellation and career collapse doesn't usually go hand in hand with public references that could raise suspicion. As of now, things are not looking favorable for him in court. Updates keep surfacing, new evidence, new digital records, new testimony. It feels like there's another development almost every day. Based on what has been presented publicly, it seems increasingly unlikely that he will walk away from this without consequences. The overwhelming sentiment online is that accountability needs to happen. After everything that's come out, many believe justice is the only acceptable outcome in a case this serious. I've also seen people online saying things like, he's going to get attacked in prison, hinting that other inmates won't take kindly to the charges. A lot of comments suggest he won't last long behind bars, but the truth is, none of us really know how that would play out. Some people claim that high-profile inmates, especially celebrities or individuals tied to major public cases, can end up in protective custody.
Pulled to his home through Amazon, and then he ordered a shovel through Postmates. And he made these purchases using a fake name. The fake name was Victoria Mendez. Now, throughout the month of May, he made trips to an isolated site. Celeste's passport was found near that isolated site by a worker. As time passed and Celeste's dismembered body decomposing in his car, his family, friends, and business associates noticed a strong smell of decay around his house and vehicle, but did not call the police. And before leaving for his tour, David parked the vehicle up the street around the corner from his house, and it was subsequently towed. Now, during a search of his home, investigators found evidence which included evidence consistent with the dismemberment of Celeste in the inflatable pool, which had multiple linear cuts, as well as several biological samples that tested positive for blood.
Others argue the opposite, saying charges involving minors often make someone a target. I'm not an expert on the prison system, so I'm not going to pretend to know. If you have actual knowledge about how that works, it's worth discussing. There are clearly different perspectives on it. Shifting back to his behavior before he was caught, that's what keeps confusing people. Prosecutors say he allegedly took steps to hide evidence and possibly involved others in different ways. There's speculation about who knew what and when. Then you look at things like his profile picture, which reportedly featured a Hello Kitty image in a bloody outfit. Many online have pointed out that Celeste was known to like Hello Kitty. That detail alone has fueled intense reactions. Whether that connection was intentional or coincidence is something only he could explain, but it struck many as disturbing. What confuses a lot of observers is the contradiction. If he was allegedly working hard to avoid exposure, why leave behind what looks like digital breadcrumbs? Why release lyrics and visuals that seem so specific? Why risk streams resurfacing? It feels inconsistent. On one side, you have someone who appears calculated. On the other, someone who seems reckless. Maybe the answer is that panic and ego don't mix well. When someone believes they're smarter than everyone else, they can start making irrational decisions. It doesn't always have to make logical sense. But from the outside looking in, the contradictions are glaring, and that's why so many people are still trying to wrap their heads around it. Yes, if everything had come out without violence, he likely would have been canceled. Brand deals probably would have disappeared. A large portion of his fan base would have walked away.
If David didn't want his career ruined, he would have been better off not offing Celeste and just letting her expose him as a PDF file. And I am probably going to get some backlash for this. I'm completely prepared for that. I am. But let me tell y'all why I'm saying this. Y'all don't care about people being like y'all don't. Let somebody be a file on their own.
But from what prosecutors are suggesting, he appeared consumed by the fear of losing status, money, and influence. I don't want to frame that as fear in a sympathetic way because he is not the victim here. If anything, it points to someone prioritizing their image over accountability. That kind of mindset can lead to destructive choices. The uncomfortable truth is that in many public scandals, some creators do manage to keep parts of their careers intact. Their reputation takes a hit, sponsorships drop, but they don't always disappear. There are examples of influencers and artists who faced serious allegations and still maintained audiences. Their numbers dip, but support doesn't vanish entirely. That reality makes this case even more complicated to process. It suggests that even if everything had come to light, he might have still had a platform even if it was smaller.
and it's okay. Like, nobody cares. Nobody bats eye. People still playing R. Kelly. Oh, he ain't pee on me. P. Diddy. And Boston Richie. Nicki Minaj knowingly supports multiple known pedophiles, like actually proven by the court to be pedophiles. And there's still barbs out there.
What's especially disturbing is that even now, with all the evidence being discussed publicly, there are still people defending him. Some have said things like, well, Celeste kinda was asking for it, which is a deeply harmful statement. And it's depressing to think about how often public memory moves on quickly. Careers sometimes recover, audiences sometimes look the other way, but in this case, the consequences are far too serious to brush aside. A life was lost. That cannot be undone or minimized. This has been one of the heaviest cases to cover, and every update seems to bring more difficult details. I'll continue to follow the court proceedings and share verified information as it becomes available.
Like every 15 to 20 minutes that went past, guys was going past this one cell. So when he yanked the door open, they just throw the cups of boo-boo in there on him. Our defenders and treated in prison. They got treated bad. Like, I didn't know what was going on. I didn't even think nothing about that. I just know that it was like every 15 to 20 minutes that went past, guys was going past this one cell. And it'd be like, there's three of them. One of them would grab the cell door and then be on this side like this, and then the other two would be on this side. So the one...
After being denied bail during his latest court hearing, David is now officially locked up. Authorities confirmed that he has been transferred to Men's Central Jail in Los Angeles County, and that move instantly shifted the tone of his situation. Reports say he has been placed in solitary confinement due to his public profile. Some online users assumed his celebrity name might protect him, but that idea was quickly challenged. One viral reply read, "Even with David being placed in solitary confinement, he will still get his 1 hour of rec time per day where other BC inmates will confront him."
And they did this like every 20 to 30 minutes, like clockwork. And this one yanked the door open, and the other two on this side had cups full of and boo-boo. So when he yanked the door open, they just throw the cups of boo-boo in there on him, and then close the door, lock it on him. You know, so that was crazy. But and then some was getting jumped on, some was getting slapped, extorted, some was having to do favors
and deal with him due to the charges against him. There is no way of staying safe in there after committing the crimes that he did. That comment spread fast and added even more tension to the conversation. A former prison inmate also weighed in, explaining what could realistically unfold. Even if David spends most of his time alone in a cell, that does not make him untouchable. Information travels quickly inside jail facilities. When rec time happens, that is often when people get a closer look at new arrivals. According to that former inmate, certain charges can follow someone closely, even within protective housing.
First of all, we suspected that David would be charged with murder after that was what he was arrested for, and in other court documents that came out a couple months ago, we know that he was being investigated for murder. But first-degree murder with special circumstances, lying in wait to murdering a witness as part of an investigation, murdering for financial gain, and now facing the possibility of the death penalty, even though it's my understanding there is a moratorium in California. That is a huge deal.
Things become even more complicated when looking at the physical side of it. According to his arrest poster, David is listed at 5 feet 5 inches and 125 pounds. In a jail setting, that is considered small. Physical presence can shape how someone is perceived inside. When serious allegations are involved, appearance and size can factor into how others react. There has also been discussion about his daily meals. Reports claim that at his current facility, dinner 6 days a week consists of macaroni with beef.
Yo, wait.
Oh, look it. Answer that one. That's so mean if you don't answer
Which
that.
one? What's good, David? Big fan, mixed by me. Oh, thank you. Mitchell.
I gotta stop with him if you even.
We
need to delete this.
Maz, can we delete all VODs? And then as soon as the stream ends, delete the stream too?
1 apple, 8 ounces of milk, and a peanut butter granola bar for dessert. It is a strict and repetitive menu. There is no special treatment tied to name recognition when it comes to standard jail meals. Once David moves deeper into the compound, word of his arrival will likely circulate quickly. Inside correctional facilities, new inmates are often identified and discussed. Charges are typically shared from cell to cell, and opinions can form before someone even settles into their space.
Guys, I know I haven't posted on this account in a little minutes, but I just had some words to share with you for 2025. Despite all the craziness that's going on, all the turmoil, the natural disasters, the pain and things like that, this year I just wanted to tell you guys not to be discouraged and not to lose hope and not to turn your face from God in these times of evil. And it seems like just at the start of the year, it's literally January and all this stuff is happening. It's like the most insane, it's February now, but it's the most insane start to a year that I've ever seen. But God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and love and a sound mind. So keep that sound mind 2025. Stay prayed up.
Reputation carries weight in environments like this, especially when the case has already received outside attention. His official charges were announced reading, quote, David reportedly committed the crime with a sharp object, according to prosecutors. The charges against David include one M charge for financial gain, M charge to prevent testimony, M charge by lying in wait, use of a strong object, and charges for what he did to Celeste in the aftermath of the crime. And that detailed list has drawn strong reactions. Allegations involving serious harm, particularly when a younger person is involved, are often viewed with intensity inside correctional systems. These developments were later outlined and examined publicly by Jesse Weber of Law and Crime Network, further amplifying the legal stakes surrounding David's case. What many people missed was David's reaction as the charges were read out loud in court.
Celeste would have become an adult.
Where do you see yourself in the next 5 years?
Okay, so the plan is hopefully this music thing takes off crazy next year.
Why is he saying, why are you saying that like you're not like up there?
Well, I'm not there yet, but hopefully it's like even crazier next year. And then I go on crazy year after year for the next 3 years. And then on the 4th year, I retire. And on the 5th year, I'm off the grid, living somewhere like on an island with this crazy crib. No social media, no digital footprint. I'm just gone. In 5 years, I'm gonna be gone.
Will you still remember me?
Yeah, bro. You'll have like the secret codes to the mansion.
Yeah?
You can pull up on every.
What's the secret code? Give us the first two numbers.
Absolutely
of the secret.
not.
This was not just paperwork being listed. It was the reality of what he is facing, and it could shape how his time behind bars plays out. It reads, while the judge was listing off David's charges, the famous singer was seen with an open mouth as if he was surprised and slash or yelling. And when the judge mentioned the potential penalty at the end, people inside the courtroom reportedly shifted in their seats. The energy in that room changed fast. Then it was David's legal team's turn to speak. His defense made their position clear. It reads, from David's defense at today's hearing, they said, quote, we believe the actual evidence will show David did not commit the crime, nor was he the cause of her passing. That statement set the tone for how they plan to fight this case. They also requested a preliminary hearing within 10 days, as required by the state. They continued saying, we would like to be able to have all of the evidence come into light at the earliest opportunity. The next key date is April 23rd, depending on what is revealed in the evidence leading up to that hearing.
Basically, an agent of chaos and kind of my alter ego, and the story of the manga went like I was a detective and there was an evil version of myself that would kind of come out at random moments, kind of like Fight Club with Tyler Durden, and he would commit the crimes that I would have to solve as the detective. So like when I was as the detective, I'd be like solving that I'm committing myself. And it was like a cool little story. I didn't think anything would come of it. Like it was in the vault.
Public opinion could shift quickly. Some people online are even speculating about how this timeline could affect his situation inside jail, especially with how fast information spreads in those environments. David appeared tense as the proceedings continued. When his own attorney entered the not guilty plea, observers claimed his body language told a story. It reads, David Burke reportedly appeared nervous, with his eyes darting around, and pled not guilty. His attorneys are requesting a full preliminary hearing with grand jury transcripts at his next hearing on April 23rd. He also received no bail. That moment locked in the seriousness of where this case stands. Then another major detail surfaced. An investigator reportedly stated, the prosecutor replied that there was over 40 terabytes of discovery in this case, and it would take a while to get that to the defense team, which signals the size and complexity of the evidence involved. Over 40 terabytes of material suggests a massive digital trail that will need to be reviewed carefully.
Let me read you what Steve recently posted on X, okay? David's Tesla, the vehicle in which Celeste Rivas Hernandez was found, was held by LAPD for only 48 hours to process evidence. After that, it was returned to the impound lot for David to retrieve, which he had not done until today. The Tesla was scheduled to go to auction tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., and I had planned to attend and inspect it. However, in the final hours before auction, David, or someone with power of attorney acting on his behalf, picked it up. When I checked last week, the storage fees were approximately $10,500 as the vehicle had been released and available for pickup since September 10th, before Celeste had been identified. I hope just the thought of that vehicle haunts David and anyone else that knew Celeste was in the trunk for the rest of their lives.
Some of that material has already circulated online, adding another layer of public attention. According to reports, part of the digital evidence involves data from David's iPhone, including a saved photo of Celeste wearing a designer Rip-style hoodie. That detail has been widely discussed, as digital records often become central in modern investigations. As this case moves toward the April 23rd hearing, the focus now turns to what the full body of evidence will actually reveal in court. Investigators pointed to a detail that started online. In the file, it reads, "Saw this on Reddit. Is this hoodie circled not the same one Celeste is wearing in that picture?" The image reportedly showed a designer ripped hoodie on the floor inside David's room, matching the one Celeste had worn in a separate photo. There was also a selfie taken in that same space. Authorities began questioning whether the two were sharing a bedroom and possibly involved in a relationship. Based on those visuals and the surrounding context, during the search of David's home, police also recovered a sweater that Celeste had been seen wearing during a live stream appearance on Twitch.
I've been wondering just what it was that a private investigator named Steve Fisher found inside David's home when he was given access last October. The PI reported seeing, quote, items you would expect to find on a farm rather than in a home in the Hollywood.
You know, transferring these assets in the middle of an investigation, as opposed to 2 years ago or a year ago.
Right.
Could a court look at this and say, this was a deliberate attempt to, what you say, concealing assets, and they could breach it, they could pierce it, they could say, even though that you've transferred this into your mother's name, that was invalid. This is a way for, let's say, a plaintiff who sues him, or let's say in a criminal judgment to pay that fine. Can a court look at that and say, even though you transferred it, it's still open season on those properties?
That live stream had already been circulating among fans. Some believed it was their way of quietly introducing the relationship to supporters without making a formal announcement, but investigators were not looking at it as promotion. They were examining timelines, clothing, and digital records, and then the case took a stranger turn. Authorities reportedly found a video saved on David's phone that raised eyebrows. In the clip, David spoke about several recent passings in his life. On its own, that may not have stood out, but when investigators reviewed the metadata attached to the recording and compared it with public records, they reportedly found no documented passings involving his close family or inner circle at the time the video was recorded. That gap led them to question who he was referring to and why the timing did not align with any known events. 2 past interviews were also added into the evidence file. In one interview, David was asked where he saw himself in 5 years. Instead of answering 5, he said he wanted to live on an island with no social media in 4 years. Investigators noted the difference in timeline. The 4-year comment stood out because of how it lined up with Celeste's age at the time. That detail became part of the broader pattern authorities were mapping out.
Yeah, this is what's so puzzling about this. It is a very basic premise of law throughout the country that you can't transfer assets after the event happens that would otherwise trigger collecting on those assets. So we have rules in different states. Sometimes they're called fraudulent transfers. Sometimes they're called fraudulent conveyances. There's a lot of different names for them. But the crux of it is you cannot transfer assets.
The second interview included in the evidence reportedly caused even more concern. It was tied to online discussion labeled David update: alleged photo of David wearing a similar wig to the one Celeste was wearing has surfaced online. While attending anime conventions is not unusual, investigators focused on how David described his interests. In the interview, he confirmed having an alter ego who imagines living in an anime-style world. He described picturing himself as a character who commits serious crimes as part of that fantasy narrative. Investigators reportedly highlighted a viral online comment that read, "There's hundreds of crimes that he could have used as an example when describing his alter ego, but he chooses to say that." That reaction reflected how closely people were analyzing his words. Authorities did not present the statement as proof on its own, but they viewed it as one piece within a much larger digital and behavioral picture they were building around the case. Online reactions kept building, with one viral comment reading, "I can't be the only one seeing how obvious this all is, right?" That question captured how closely people were following every new detail. Then investigators made a calculated move.
Crashing. Where'd it go wrong? Ghost. Where did you go? Afterlife?
Before David was even arrested, his family members were reportedly summoned to appear in court. It reads, "David's family has been summoned to testify as witnesses before a grand jury in the passing of Celeste." That development shifted the pressure away from just David and placed it on those closest to him. Only 48 hours later, another strange situation unfolded. David's Tesla Model S was scheduled to be auctioned off because it had not been retrieved from the impound lot. At first, it appeared he was ignoring it, but just moments before the auction deadline, the car was picked up. Investigators believe this showed he was paying attention to the legal moves happening around him. While public focus was on his family being summoned, he was still handling his own property behind the scenes. That detail led authorities to look closer at his other assets, including his private rental home. What they reportedly discovered inside raised even more questions. It reads, "A private investigator revealed an incinerator capable of burning at temperatures up to 1,600 degrees has been found inside David's home." Equipment like that is typically associated with agricultural use. In Los Angeles, owning such machinery without proper permits or farm registration can violate regulations. Investigators began asking why he had it and how it was obtained. Another unusual detail in the evidence file involved a video clip of David cleaning Celeste's shoes on his balcony late at night. The shoes were described as Jordans, similar to the pair she had been seen wearing previously.
This is big. This is big because it was always a question of whether or not they were really investigating him and gathering evidence regarding a chart.
As Neon
know who that person is, and do you believe that is the person that moved the Tesla?
So I believe I definitely know who moved that Tesla on that late July before they went on tour. I can't say who the person, and I don't mean I can't say for, I don't know who exactly was in that house because it's just a report, but there's video, but you can't make a person out. But somebody was in the house, and being that there's only one key, it's like, okay, who had access at that time? So is it the same person that moved the Tesla? Was another last part of the plan about to go in motion as far as getting rid of her? I don't know.
Authorities reportedly questioned why he would be cleaning them outside and in the dark. From their perspective, the timing and setting raised suspicions about whether he was trying to remove potential evidence. Investigators also examined financial activity. According to the file, it reads, "Sources believe David hired his new legal firm and transferred assets from out of his name. He's preparing for the police to close on him. Expect his arrest soon." That statement suggested he may have been restructuring his finances in anticipation of legal trouble. When his arrest eventually happened, authorities reportedly looked into those asset transfers as part of the broader case. Despite efforts to protect his money and property, law enforcement continued building their investigation. The situation even caught the attention of DJ academics, who began reviewing David's past song titles and public persona in light of the allegations. As more pieces surfaced, the case expanded beyond court filings and into public scrutiny, with every detail dissected across social platforms and media outlets. The title Afterlife started circulating as people tried to piece everything together, but one question kept coming up across social media. Why did it take so long for David to be arrested? According to sources close to the investigation, authorities were not rushing, they were building leverage. Investigators were reportedly applying pressure behind the scenes, trying to get people in David's circle to cooperate. Eventually, some of them did. A new witness in the Celeste case publicly pointed the finger at David, claiming he was responsible for her passing. What shocked many observers was that this witness was described as David's secret lover, known online as Neo. Before David's arrest, Neo posted on Instagram, "Thankfully, I'm legally fine in every way, and boy, do I got my receipts for everything." A statement that quickly gained attention and fueled speculation about what information might be shared with investigators. Soon after, reports surfaced about a formal investigation by the state of California into David, alleging involvement in serious offenses, including one count of M, which was expected to be formally confirmed by April 20th. The timing of Neo's post and the investigation updates led many to believe there was more happening behind the scenes than the public initially realized. Old Instagram photos added more fuel to the conversation. Archived posts reportedly showed David and Neo recreating the famous pose from Titanic, lying in bed together and appearing close in multiple images. Investigators reportedly reviewed those connections carefully, especially as digital behavior began shifting. Records show that David and Neo, who had once frequently appeared together online, no longer followed each other on Instagram. That sudden change raised eyebrows among both investigators and online observers. Authorities also questioned key moments surrounding Celeste's final hours. Who placed her in the Tesla? Did she witness or discover something connected to David's public life as an artist? These questions became central to the case theory being developed. While speculation continues online, investigators have focused on documented evidence, digital timelines, and witness accounts as the foundation of their case. Now the spotlight remains firmly on David as the legal process moves forward. The story has unfolded in layers, from courtroom reactions to digital clues and shifting friendships. If you think David is responsible, comment below and explain why. If you believe there's more to uncover, share your thoughts too. Like the video, subscribe to the channel for more updates, and share this with anyone following the case. See you in the next one.
Christianity does have its strict rules, and this is one of them. Don't let anything in your life take up more of your time and take up more space in your mind than God, because we are all God's children.
Now, I've done a lot of deep dives on the David case. We've broken down everything from the discovery of the body to the moment Jane Doe was identified as Celeste Rivas Hernandez, to the timeline, the digital trail, and the arrest itself. Every major development has been covered piece by piece, but there's one angle we haven't really slowed down to examine. Not the charges, not the courtroom, not the headlines, the person, the actual human being behind all of it.
Until I was 13, I was only listening to like purely gospel, and it wasn't until I heard Gucci Gang by Lil Pump on a bus in 7th grade.
Who was David before any of this happened? Who was David Anthony Burke before the internet knew his name, before the mugshot, before the allegations? So I decided to really look into his background, not just surface level stuff, but his childhood, his early environment, the kind of kid he was when nobody was watching. And the deeper I went, especially into his younger years, the more a pattern started forming. This is the story of a kid who spent most of his time alone, a kid who has openly said he felt disconnected from the people around him. Most of his teenage years were spent inside a room on a computer, building a world that made sense to him because the outside one didn't.
I would just sit there and I'm a people watcher. I would just inspect them and like write about them and stuff like that. And I kind of,
He wasn't out in big social circles. He wasn't the loud personality in the room. He was isolated, and he knew it. Out of that isolation, though, he built something that reached millions. He created content that spoke directly to other people who felt the same way. Kids who felt overlooked, teenagers who felt invisible, people who felt like outsiders in their own lives. That connection became his brand. That loneliness became his lane. But isolation doesn't just shape creativity, it shapes perspective, it shapes emotional development, it shapes how someone responds to stress, to rejection, to pressure.
I didn't like my school. I was at a private school and they treated me so horribly, dude.
Why?
It was insane. I don't know. All the teachers had it out for me. My little brother could testify to that too. Dude, they just had it out for me all the time.
And that part matters too. So that's what we're breaking down here. Not to excuse anything, not to soften anything, but to understand the foundation. Because no matter what someone is accused of, their past still exists. Their childhood still happened. The environment that shaped them is still part of the equation. Every person's early years matter. Patterns don't just appear overnight. They build slowly, over time. That's true for anyone, and David Burke is no exception.
Brought these characters to life that were inspired by my classmates. So every time I would write like a short story, I'd have these different classmates in these stories and they would never know. It's like different names and everything, but they were inspired by my class.
His story starts in one of the most recognizable cities in the world, New York City. More specifically, Queens, one of the 5 boroughs, one of the most densely packed, culturally layered, fast-moving places on the planet. Queens isn't just a location. It's a pressure cooker. It's ambition, struggle, culture, competition, all stacked on top of each other. This is the borough that gave the world Nas, Run DMC, Nicki Minaj, a place with its own rhythm, its own rules, its own identity.
And I don't know what it was. I would just do nothing to nobody and the teachers would just pick on me and bully me for no reason, bro. I wanted to leave that place so bad.
Growing up there means you're exposed to diversity, noise, hustle, and edge from day one. And that's where David's story begins. The story really kicks off in Queens in 2005. David Anthony Burke was born on March 28, 2005 in Queens, New York City. His parents were Colleen and Dawood Burke. Colleen, a former teacher with roots in Grenada, brought structure and education into the home. His father, Dawood, worked in the legal world, specializing in e-discovery and litigation support, helping law firms organize and analyze digital evidence for court cases. He grew up with a younger brother named Caleb and a younger sister. Long before the music, long before the gaming streams, long before any online persona, David was a writer. By 5th grade, he was already filling notebooks with poetry.
I was in choir for about like a year and a half. I quit because I got bored. And then I was in piano lessons for another like month or so. I quit because I got bored. And then fast forward to when I moved to Texas, I played the flute in middle school band.
His grandmother gave him a poetry journal, and he took that seriously. He wrote short stories. He sketched out comic book ideas. He even downloaded Japanese manga page by page on a Motorola phone, trying to piece stories together one screen at a time. He read Dragon Ball and Tokyo Ghoul in 5th grade and got pulled into those worlds. What grabbed him wasn't just action, it was the idea of flawed characters with strange powers, characters who weren't clean-cut heroes like Batman or Spider-Man. That gray area fascinated him, so instead of just consuming those stories, he started creating his own versions. At the same time, David was raised in a strict Christian household. And strict meant strict. There was no secular music playing in the house, no mainstream playlist running in the background. The environment was structured and faith-centered, but it wasn't one-dimensional. Under that discipline was a father who loved gaming. Dawood had a basement in Queens that felt like a private arcade.
Homeschooling has probably been one of the best life lessons of all time for just self-sufficiency. Learning the band lab, it was like I set out to do that myself completely. I started learning how to code by myself. Like when I was in the early stages of homeschooling, I had to do 2 electives for my college credits because when you're homeschooled, you have to kind of just build credits to be able to graduate. So I learned how to code C++ and Java for like 2 years. I was making like little mini games and I was credited towards my graduation.
A PS3, PS2, PS1, Nintendo 64, Game Boys, the full lineup. That basement wasn't just a room, it was a shared space where David and his dad connected. From a young age, David was down there, controller in hand, learning games side by side with his father. Dawood also practiced martial arts for more than 20 years. When David was 6, his father enrolled him in martial arts training. That meant discipline, routine, physical control. Structure was not optional, it was part of daily life. It was also Dawood who introduced him to anime. David has said more than once that anime became one of his biggest creative influences. Shows like Dragon Ball Z weren't just entertainment. They were templates, big emotions, transformation arcs, power struggles, internal battles. So when you zoom out and look at David's early home life, it's layered. Faith, rules, martial arts training, a basement packed with gaming consoles, anime marathons, a father sharing his interests. From the outside, it sounds like a pretty ordinary family setup, structured, connected, maybe even stable.
When I was transitioning from public school to homeschooling and nobody like hit me up on Snapchat, when I was like streaking everybody, I had like, my Snap score was like 250,000, bro.
And nobody hits you back?
Nobody, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like nobody, like, who, you not at school? Where'd you go, Dave? Like nobody. Like, dude, did I really have friends?
And that's what makes the deeper parts of this story more complicated to unpack. Structured, religious, 2 working parents, a dad who clocked out and then went downstairs to play games with his son, a mom in the kitchen cooking Grenadian food, keeping culture alive at the dinner table. On the surface, it looks solid. But inside that house, there were clear rules. And those rules, especially around what David was allowed to consume, end up being one of the most revealing parts of this whole story. The biggest rule centered on music. I mentioned earlier that there was no secular music allowed, but that phrase gets brushed past too easily. People hear it and think, okay, strict household, got it. But pause for a second and really think about what that means. Secular music is basically anything that isn't gospel or religious. So that's no hip hop, no pop, no R&B, no rock, nothing from the mainstream world at all, completely off limits. His parents checked his phone every single week, not randomly, not occasionally, weekly. They went through it to make sure nothing slipped in, no outside playlists, no hidden tracks, no songs that didn't align with the house rules. Now, to be fair, a lot of parents draw lines around content. For many families, secular music can mean avoiding songs with explicit language or heavy themes. From that angle, it's not extreme, it's just a boundary based on values. Plenty of households filter what their kids listen to.
So then fast forward like a month or two, I'm making a lot of money. My mom's like, okay, maybe the game's not rotting your brain. I start getting...
But here's where it gets interesting. Psychology tells us that what you're forbidden from often becomes the most attractive thing in the world, especially for a kid. If you grow up your entire life being told no, being kept away from something, never even allowed to sample it, that curiosity doesn't disappear, it builds. And when you hit your teenage years, that effect multiplies. Teenagers are wired to test limits. They question rules. They push back. They want to see what's on the other side of the fence. That's not rebellion for the sake of chaos. It's developmental. It's part of figuring out identity. So imagine the contrast here. Inside the house, discipline, faith, structure, strict content control. Outside the house, Queens, New York, a city pulsing with hip-hop culture, music blasting from cars, lyrics shaping entire generations. That tension between containment and exposure stands out, and that contrast is where things start getting layered. On one side, you've got a strict household with real limits on what he could watch, hear, or bring into his space. On the other side, you've got his father downstairs in that basement, handing him a controller, showing him Dragon Ball Z, teaching him martial arts. That balance says a lot. Creativity wasn't missing in that home, it just had boundaries, it had structure. And for a developing kid, that kind of setup leaves a mark. When imagination gets fed early through storytelling, through larger-than-life characters, through entire worlds that feel bigger than their own.
And she was like on a phone or something. She was like, just make your own music. Go, get out of my face. Make your own music.
It sparks something. It builds internal landscapes. For David, that spark seems to have been lit early. Anime gave him flawed heroes and dramatic arcs. Martial arts gave him focus, repetition, control. Gospel music may have shaped his ear for melody and emotion long before he ever considered making his own tracks. All of that was feeding into him quietly. This was still middle school, still public school, still living under the same roof with the same rules. Weekly phone checks, gospel playlists, maybe some classical music, nothing outside of that lane. 13 years of tight control over what entered his ears. But here's the reality about walls. You can build them high, you can reinforce them, eventually something gets through. And for David, it didn't creep in slowly. It wasn't a quiet rebellion with hidden downloads. It was one moment. He's on a school bus in middle school, just another regular day. A kid nearby has one of those backpack speakers. Music starts blasting. The song is Gucci Gang by Lil Pump. Loud, repetitive, completely different from anything he'd been allowed to hear before. That moment cut through everything. From there, the music became part of the research into who he was becoming. The sound itself was one thing, but what stands out even more is how his mind processed it. because understanding David Burke isn't just about what he listened to, it's about how he thought. Before the world ever associated his name with romantic homicide, before headlines and accusations, he was already wired a certain way. He had a specific kind of internal world, analytical, imaginative, layered. And if you want to really understand who he was before everything unraveled, you have to understand that mindset first. He would sit in the cafeteria and just watch, not really jump into the noise, not lead the table, just observe. He'd study his classmates, how they talked, who they gravitated toward, who got ignored, who tried too hard. Then he'd go home and write short stories based on what he saw, different names, slightly changed details, but the foundation was real people from his school. And they had no idea they were being turned into characters. That tells you something. Instead of fully stepping into those moments and living them out, he seemed to process them from the outside. He created meaning by observing, not by immersing. Everything around him became raw material, but here's where it gets deeper. Writing wasn't just a hobby he picked up when he was bored, it felt necessary, almost like a release valve. He needed to write, so much so that as a kid he stole notebooks from school just to make sure he always had something to write in whenever the urge hit. At first glance you might ask, why not just ask his parents for notebooks? That sounds simple, but maybe it wasn't. When you look at the environment he grew up in, you have to wonder how that creative side was viewed. Was writing encouraged as something serious, or was it seen as a distraction the same way secular music was restricted? Was it nurtured or quietly sidelined? There's no confirmed answer to that. These are just questions that come up when you look at the pattern. But when a kid feels the need to steal notebooks just to keep writing, that points to something strong inside him, a drive that didn't wait for permission. It also hints at impulse control. If he wanted to write, he was going to find a way to do it. Rules or not, that urgency matters. Writing didn't feel optional. It felt pressing, almost compulsive, like he constantly needed somewhere to pour his thoughts. The characters in his head, the observations stack up, the inner world that wouldn't quiet down unless it was put onto paper. By most accounts, David came off like a kid with a deep internal world. The kind of kid who could sit quietly for hours and still feel busy inside his own head. Stories, characters, scenarios, alternate versions of reality all running at once. He wasn't the loud one. He doesn't sound like he was the center of attention either. He observed. He analyzed. Then he went home and translated what he saw into writing. That kind of personality can look calm on the outside but intense on the inside. Create